Good evening. We're reconvening the City Council meeting. It's 6:37. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely in the City Council meeting. We encourage the public to continue to stay civically involved by participating in our bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect, despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we can truly practice the principles of democracy. Thank you to the Commission on Aging for the invitation to have a joint meeting tonight. It's great to hear all the great initiatives the Commission is working on to provide a voice for our aging community, the fastest growing population in the city of Torrance. I also had the privilege of attending the Torrance Rose Float Association's Volunteer Appreciation Dinner this past Saturday night. I was inspired by the number of local residents who passionately give their time to help bring a conceptual drawing to life. Thanks to the dedication and work of the volunteers, the city's float entry into the 134th Tournament of Rose Parade received the coveted President's Trophy. This distinction is given to the float for the most outstanding use and presentation of flowers. Finally, I also had the privilege of installing the newest association board members for the 2023 to 2024. I urge all of our residents to find an organization that you connect with, whether it's the Torrance Rose Float Association or another local group, because most oftentimes the success of these organizations is due to the thanks of their volunteers. Kudos to the Torrance Rose Float Association and all of its members and volunteers for a job well done. And by the way, for those who didn't go, you missed, we had the entire court from the Torrance Queen, not the Torrance Queen, the Pasadena Rose Court, Queen and all the entire court. So that was a special treat. As we move into agenda, thank you to everyone for joining us tonight in person and viewing on website, Facebook, YouTube, or City Cable. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails have a deadline of 5:30 p.m. on Monday before the council meeting if you wish to comment. Thank you to those of you who met the deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline prior to adjournment will still be added to public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, we will accept oral communications or public comments on items not on the agenda and you can comment on consent items. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting and are entered in the speaker list. Those submitted after the meeting starts are not, but you will still have a chance to walk up and talk. In addition, I asked that I'm going to go with the other one. On Tuesday evening, February 23rd, subsequent to the posting of the agenda on Friday, February 3rd, 2023, the city attorney received a settlement offer in the case of Kylie Swain versus City of Torrance et al. Case number 222 CV-00404 MCS-RAO. The council will not meet again until February 28th, and the city attorney requires immediate instruction from city council. Because time is of the essence in this matter, the city attorney requests that the city council consider discussing this matter in closed session this evening. In order to take action on a matter that is not on the agenda, the California Government Code requires a determination by a 2/3 vote of the council that immediate action is necessary and that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. The City Council will consider this item as part of tonight's closed session agenda as item 14C pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Thank you, counsel, for taking action immediately. Now I'll go back on the instructions and the guidelines when we do the orals, which would be item 7, which will be coming up later. You will have 1 minute per speaker for a period of 15 minutes. The public may comment on administrative matters as they are considered, allowing up to 1 minute per speaker. There are no public hearings scheduled tonight. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step up to the microphone, right there behind the barrier. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we will have up to another 15 minutes of oral communications number 2, which will also allow 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only participate under oral communications once during tonight's meeting. We're now moving on to item 2, the flag salute and invocation. Is there anyone in the audience who is a military veteran? Please stand or raise your hand so that we could recognize you. Thank you. Thank you for your service. And now will we all please rise, and Councilman Matucci will lead the flag salute, and Councilman Sheikh will lead us in the invocation.
Please join me in honoring our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. In the name of God, the most merciful, the compassionate, and the most gracious, we gather here in this sacred city council chamber of Torrance to discuss community matters. We seek your guidance and your help. Give us courage and wisdom to make decisions that benefit our community. Unite us around the principles of justice, peace, love, and faith. And give us wisdom and patience to continue to learn from one another. Amen.
Thank you both. We're now moving on to item 3. I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 4. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and or supplemental items.
Good evening, Your Honor. I'm Chaparrian City Manager. We have supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications, and that is all this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. I will start off. We have an adjournment in honor of Glenn Oliveras. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of former city employee Glenn Oliveras, who passed away in the week of January 23rd at the age of 68. Glenn was born December 10, 1954, in the Harbor Gateway area, later residing in Carson, Torrance, and finally Lomita in 2005. In his youth, Glenn enjoyed cross-country running for a short time, scuba diving, and boating in the local coastal areas. He attended Scroc to learn arc welding. Excited to use this new welding skill, Glenn accepted a job with Armco National Supply Company, formerly Union Tool, where he worked for 10 years. Glenn's time with Armco was a very positive experience and a long-lasting memory for him. In 1985, upon the closure of Armco, Glenn worked as a pipe fitter for the area refineries before joining the city of Torrance as a temporary groundskeeper. He became a permanent employee with the Park Service Division of the Community Service Department on August 17, 1968. Glenn's work included serving on the project's crew, maintaining the Civic Center landscaping with special attention to the employee rose garden, and assisting with main events such as the Armed Forces Day Parade and the 4th of July celebrations. In recognition of his dedicated service, the Torrance Park and Recreation Commission presented Glenn with a Professional Staff Award at the National Recreation and Parks Association Awards Banquet in year 2000. Glenn provided exemplary service to the city for 35 years before retiring on February 11, 2022. In the years that Glenn worked at the city, he was well liked everywhere he went. Employees from all over the Civic Center campus throughout the city enjoyed sharing time with him because he was a joy to talk to and very kind. Even after his retirement, many people stayed in touch with Glenn. One special attribute of Glenn was that he made every effort to keep track of his friends and loved ones. He called many colleagues in park services just to check in with them and to keep in touch. He was a good listener and genuinely interested in the struggles, joys, and successes of everyone he talked with. Glenn enjoyed and paid close attention to nature around the Civic Center and around his home and that of his family. He would report the births of birds. I'll repeat, he would report the births of birds, most notably Cooper's hawks near the Katie Geisert Library. He greatly enjoyed grand trees, brightly colored flowers, hummingbirds, wherever he went. Glenn is survived by his son Nicholas, grandson Nicholas Jr., and sisters Carol and Donna. He is predeceased by his wife Kelly, his twin brother Dale, and his younger brother Bobby. Our deepest sympathy is with Glenn's family, friends, and colleagues. The next announcement. The State Legislative Advocacy Committee will meet Wednesday, February 8th, 2023 at 1 p.m. The meeting will be held in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers. The purpose of this meeting is for the committee to receive an update from our consultant, Gonzalez and Son, and on new state legislation cycle and discuss the legislative interest of the city departments for 2023. The public is invited to attend and participate. The next item, the Federal Civil Rights Legislation Committee, let me scratch that. The Federal Civil Rights Legislation Americans with Disabilities Act, Title II, requires local governments to ensure programs, facilities, and services meet accessibility requirements for people with disabilities. In order to ensure our community with disabilities have equal access to all the amenities Torrance has to offer, the city has begun its federally mandated self-evaluation and transition plan. In order for the plan to be successful, we are asking the community to provide feedback on what accessibility measures they would like to see in the city of Torrance. Beginning today, February 7, 2023, public notices and surveys will be posted at city libraries and City Hall for community members to fill out and return to us by March 10, 2023. Surveys are also available on Torrance website at www.torranceca.gov/ADA. All physical responses must be submitted to City Hall at 3031 Torrance Boulevard, Torrance, California, 90503. We would love to hear from you. Thank you. Councilman Kadri, you got the next one.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening. The Finance and Government Operations Committee will meet here in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers on Tuesday, February 28, 2023 at 3 o'clock p.m. We will discuss the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 mid-year budget review report and any proposed program modifications. Members of the public are encouraged to join. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji, I think you have the next one as well.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. I would like to request the concurrence of my colleagues to direct city staff to complete an assessment of all city-owned parcels in order to identify potential opportunities for improved city program delivery and/or increased revenue generation. Such findings will be referred to the Finance and Government Operations Committee for review. Given the ever-increasing legislative requirements being placed on the city, I believe that it would benefit Torrance and its residents to take a proactive assessment of the city's real estate holdings. The Finance and Government Operations Committee will define the scope of work for an independent third party to undertake the study. Do I have council concurrence?
I have a question.
Councilman Griffith has a question.
Question of staff. Is there any way that we can estimate the amount of time and/or money required to do such a study?
It'll probably be several $100,000s, depending on how comprehensive it'll be. But that'll be part of our follow-up to come back and give you a ballpark, Councilman.
I'm a little concerned that the scope of this is very, very broad. Is there any specific properties that you're concerned about?
My understanding is the city's real estate holdings range from very small parcels, which include some of our parks, also to other individual parcels that are spread out throughout the city. The larger ones include Civic Center and also the airport properties. So I think it would be appropriate for the Finance and Government Operations Committee to first, get a handle on how many properties we do have. And then before we do reach out to a third-party consultant, we need to, I think, narrowly define the scope so that we are prudent in how we spend money for the consultant.
Yeah, I think I'm very concerned about the scope of the project you're asking for. I mean, I agree we should be always paying attention to that, and I don't mind having staff put together an agenda item to discuss the possibility and show us the costs and time required. But I'm a little concerned about the size of the project you're asking for. I'll give you concurrence for now.
Okay. Can I see the thumbs up for concurrence? I think I count a 7-0. Thank you. And the staff can come back with recommendations on how the phase approach would be.
We
before
can do that, Mayor.
Right.
We'll bring an inventory of all available or all existing city-owned property.
Right.
The
We're
status.
not going to go dive in and spend $100,000. Maybe the first phase is a general scope out. I believe the next one's also yours, Councilman Kaji.
I'm just taking over tonight. The Torrance Public Library serves as a city's repository for local history and genealogical research, as well as a place for inspiration, education, and community engagement for the entire community. I've had the great fortune of being part of the South Bay community for several generations, which date back more than 100 years. The Kaji family would like to donate portions of our personal archive to the Torrance Public Library for the scholarly study of the community. Additionally, the Japanese American National Museum is offering items which, if accepted by the city, could result in the creation of a Japanese American collection within the Torrance Public Library. As the city of Torrance has one of the largest populations of Japanese Americans and Japanese expatriates in Los Angeles County, this would make a significant contribution to the understanding of our city's rich and diverse history. It would be noted that this discussion comes as we mark the 81st anniversary of Presidential Executive Order 9066, which forced the removal and incarceration of Americans of Japanese ancestry, of about 120,000 Americans. To assist in underwriting the costs associated with this donation, the Kaji family will also donate $10,000 to support the work associated with making these materials publicly accessible. Since this is the first time the city is considering a transfer of items of this kind, I am seeking council concurrence that this item be referred to staff to research and present their findings to the Library Commission with the recommendations presented at a future meeting of the City Council for consideration. Do I have council concurrence?
I see 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. Next one is Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. The Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, also known as LA Metro, will present the findings of their draft environmental impact report for the Sea Line extension to Torrance on Tuesday, February 21st at the Toyota Meeting Hall from 5 to 8 p.m. Members of the public are highly encouraged to attend and provide feedback. The full draft environmental impact report can be found at LA Metro's website or at Transit. Torrance.ca.gov. Torrance.ca.gov. I believe that's what it is. Okay, along with additional information regarding the meeting. So I'm going to repeat that. February 21st at the Toyota Meeting Hall from 5 to 8 p.m. I have one more item, Mayor.
Yes, you do.
All right, so on October 24, 2022, the city of Torrance launched a new mobile application called My Torrance CA. The platform brings City Hall to the hands of the community 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. I'm happy to announce that My Torrance CA app has an update that's now available. The improvements are a result of your community feedback. Our users shared suggestions on ways to improve the app, and city staff listened and made several modifications. Now, when users select a specific location, a shopping cart, or a graffiti, report of a graffiti, on the front end of the app, it will indicate near a certain address, while on the back end, they'll have exact coordinates with the longitude and latitude location. We've also added 3 new services in the drop-down menu to report graffiti, homelessness concerns, and unpermitted sidewalk vending. Lastly, new payment types as well as donations are now available on the app. I encourage you to download the app or the updated version of the app if you already have it. Available both on Google Play and Apple app stores. Now, if you already have the app, you should uninstall it and download the latest version, or if your device allows, accept the application update. There's one of the many great ways to stay in touch and engaged in the community. And I would like to add that the app, even though it might have a lot of things to go through and different drop-down things, but kind of play around with it, because it does have quite a bit of great functions, and it is truly a great way to let the staff know and City Hall know what the issues are in our city. And I believe you can also report like potholes and sidewalk repairs, stuff like that. So things that truly affect us every day. That's all I got.
Great. So is that, can we say this app is now Matucci certified?
Matucci certified, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe we have one more from Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee meeting will be held on Wednesday, February 15th, 2023, from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. in the City Hall Assembly Room. The topics will be the Torrance Fire Department's new strategic plan, the Torrance Fire Department's annual quality improvement report, and the EMS Transportation Program update. Members of the community are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for community matters, we're going to take some things out of order. We're going to do item 6A, then we'll do item 6B as in Baker, and then 6C. For 6A and 6C, I will be coming down to the podium. But I think we should read this first. Let's start out with the proclamation for Rugby Week.
Thank you, Your Honor. Whereas World Rugby and the HSBC LA Sevens returns to Southern California during its traditional window of February 25th to 26th, 2023 at Dignity Health Sports Park, LA Sevens, part of the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series, will feature Team USA and the 15 best Rugby Sevens nations as they go head-to-head at the same open-air stadium that will host rugby at the 2028 Summer Olympic Games, and
Whereas the best Olympic teams from around the globe will compete in over 40 games, providing more than 8 hours of play each day. 16 Rugby Sevens teams and fans alike will call Torrance home during this weekend as the biggest names in rugby battle it out on the pitch. And
Whereas some of the teams will also be participating in Adopt a Country. This program pairs the national teams participating in the LA Sevens rugby tournament with local elementary and middle schools. The partnership is much more than a PE curriculum. Schools have enjoyed using the program in social studies and English to explore and learn about age-appropriate culture, government, history, and geography of the adopted country. And
Whereas, adding to the excitement of all things rugby during this week, our hotels are offering room night specials, and Torrance's Absolution Brewing Company crafted a unique blonde ale for the occasion called Ruck and Roll. And
Whereas, viewed by many as the most exciting form of the game, rugby sevens matches take place on a full-size rugby pitch. As the name suggests, its teams are made up of 7 players playing 7-minute halves, instead of the usual 15 players playing 40 minutes halves. And
Whereas Torrance is proud to welcome rugby players from 16 nations around the world representing the best of the best.
Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim February 20th to 26th, 2023 as Rugby Week. Signed this 7th day, February 2023. May I ask Debbie Hayes to please come up to accept the proclamation, and do you wish to give a few words?
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. You may not think I'm a rugby player, but actually I am. At least tonight, I'm an honorary one. The Rugby Sevens team said that I can accept this proclamation on their behalf, so I'm proud to do so. And I want to thank you all so much for recognizing the significance of Torrance hosting 16 nations who are going to call our city home. During this week of February 20th through 26th. These teams will work out and practice right here in our own backyard for the Rugby Sevens games that will be held at the Dignity Health Sports Park, better known as the DIG. Also, as noted in the proclamation, is the Adopt a Country program, in which at least 4, maybe a couple more, of our schools will be participating. The students are going to learn firsthand about other nations and will be introduced to the game of rugby as well. They will also be encouraged to adopt rugby's core values of solidarity, discipline, respect, integrity, and passion. Having all these teams here is a bragging right for Torrance. Our city is an excellent home base because we're just minutes from the DIG and SoFi too, for that matter. We've got great weather, shopping a go-go, 400 eateries, comfy, cozy hotels, and some of the friendliest people in the South Bay to welcome these Olympic-bound athletes. This gives us a chance to show off our hospitality and embrace and enjoy a world of this culture ourselves. So come Rugby Week, keep your eyes open for some very athletic men walking around in colorful jerseys. Introduce yourself and say hello, and be sure and take in some of the fun and exciting games at the DIG. Thank you so much.
Super, Debbie. I remember getting shocked by seeing a bunch of Rugby 7 folks from New Zealand last year. I was working out and I started hearing the chant, and I thought they were going to eat me alive. Turned out they won the whole thing, New Zealand, right? So congratulations.
Yeah.
And here's a proclamation,
Okay.
and we're going to take a photo together.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Let's go on to the next one. We have a proclamation for the 50th anniversary of City of Kashiwa. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Whereas the cities of Torrance, California, USA, and Kashiwa, Japan, have enjoyed a sister city relationship for the past 50 years, and
Whereas government officials, teachers, students, and community members from Torrance have traveled to Kashiwa to learn more about the Japanese culture, and likewise, government officials, teachers, students, and community members from Kashiwa have traveled to Torrance to learn more about the American culture, and
Whereas mutual respect for the similarities and differences in our cultures and customs have been developed and fostered, and lifelong friendships have been formed between citizens of Torrance and Kashiwa, and
Whereas we are especially honored to host a 46-member delegation from Kashiwa this February 2023 to recognize the importance of our sister city relationship, past and present. And
Whereas February 2023 will mark the 50th anniversary of the signing of the documents establishing Torrance and Kashiwa as sister cities. And
Whereas a delegation from Torrance will visit Kashiwa in October 2023 to commemorate this very special anniversary.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor, City of Torrance, California, do hereby commend and express sincere appreciation to the City of Kashiwa, Japan, for its lasting commitment to our international friendship, and thank all of the dedicated people of Torrance and Kashiwa who have worked so tirelessly to make the Sister City program the huge success it is today, presented this 7th day of February 2023. I'm going to invite Donna Dunlap up as the president of the Sister City Association of Torrance. Do you have any words you want to share?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm very honored to be here to accept the proclamation on behalf of the Torrance Sister City Association. It is quite a milestone. There are not too many sister cities that make it up to 50 years, and we are very honored to be able to have you recognize and validate our accomplishments. We are accepting actually 45. Someone got COVID and can't make it. So 45 delegates a week from Thursday. And we have many, many different activities planned for the weekend that they're here. So I would like to invite you, and some of you I know are already coming, and anyone in the city of Torrance that can hear me, to our Friendship Festival on February 18th. This Friendship Festival is at the Armstrong Theater, and our tickets are about $25, so we have tried to make it reasonable for anyone and everyone to participate. We have two people coming from Kashiwa to perform. One is a traditional rakugo artist, and rakugo is a very old art form where people, a man, a woman, but amazingly a man back in Japan, will tell comic storytelling, and it was done before there was any internet, TV, radio, or anything else. And so it was a form of entertainment for many, many hundreds of years. And we have a master rakugo artist coming from Kashiwa, Japan, to perform in Torrance. The first time it has ever been performed in Torrance, and it will be performed in English. So I would invite everyone to come see him. We also have a taiko drum ensemble, but they don't play traditional taiko music. They are going to be playing techno taiko music. So our Japanese visitors will probably be very surprised to hear this variation of their taiko music. We people in America will probably not enjoy the differences of taiko, but we have never had a taiko performance that has not been loved by everyone in Torrance. So please come and join us. We also have a variety of singers too at the performance. All the artists performing were previously student exchange students from both Kashiwa and from Torrance. And so we're showcasing them, but there are professionals that are going to give us their beautiful artwork. So please join us. You can buy tickets for the Friendship Festival either online through the Toka or the Armstrong Theater box office. So we'd love to see, and we would love to fill that auditorium to show you Japanese culture. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'd like to add one notable item about the Sister City program that wasn't discussed here, and that is last Saturday, January 29th, the Sister City Association received a very prestigious award from the Japanese Chamber of Commerce of Southern California. It was the Community Organization Recognition Award, and they had 20 members of the association there to receive that award, and they did a tremendous job of representing the city and our Sister City program, and I wanted to recognize that major accomplishment for their award.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths. You are the liaison for the Torrance Sister City Association. I just have to put a plug in for you, since Donna said we're going to have techno taiko, and we all know you are the dancer on the city council. So we expect you to be moving to the beat of techno taiko.
And I learned the drumming when we were in Japan last time.
All right, so you just accepted the challenge. Okay, all right, let's take a photo together.
Can I have some of my...
Yes, bring, everyone come up. The whole team. Is that okay? Whoever wants to come up. Maybe a couple of you come on this side, so we'll balance the court a little bit. You come on this side. Yeah, we're gonna balance the court a little bit. Yeah. Thanks again, Donna.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Good job, Donna.
Thank you very much. And now we have a proclamation for Black History Month. Councilwoman Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And before I read the proclamation, I just want to make one statement that even though we may have some disagreements in the city over matters before the city, this is the time to actually honor the contributions that are made in the African American community, not only in the city of Torrance, but in the South Bay. And this proclamation deserves to be recognized with respect, dignity, and honor, and then we can take our differences after the proclamation is done. So I'm asking to let me get through this because we do want to honor our Black community. Whereas February has been designated as Black History Month, a celebration and recognition of over 400 years of Black history and heritage, and in the vast achievements of contributions of African Americans that have shaped United States history, identity, culture. And whereas Black History Month was initiated in 1926 by Dr. Carter Goodson Woodson, a Black scholar and son of former slaves, who founded the Association for the Study of African American Life and History in 1915. Black History Month was first celebrated by African Americans during the second week of February 1926, which coincides with the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. Whereas formerly adopted by President Gerald Ford in 1976, February is recognized as Black History Month by cities across the nation and every U.S. president. During the month, all Americans and the Torrance community are encouraged to reflect on the successes and continuing challenges of the African Americans and look to the future to improve society so that we may all live up to the ideals of freedom, equality, and justice. And whereas Black History Month is a time for all Americans to remember the stories, teachings of those who helped build our nation, took a stance against prejudice, and build lives of dignity and opportunity, advance the cause of civil rights, and strengthen communities and our nation, whereas the City of Torrance is proud to honor the history and contributions of African Americans throughout our community, state, and nation.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim February 2023 as Black History Month in the City of Torrance and encourage the community to honor African American history and the contributions during Black History Month as well as throughout the year. Signed this day, 7th February 2023.
And thank you to those in attendance. I appreciate it.
We're now moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers in the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phones when you come to the podium to speak. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 10 copies to City Clerk before speaking. City Clerk?
Julie Dojiri.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Chen and council members. Julie Dojiri, Commission on Aging Chair, and I'm here to announce that the Commission on Aging is accepting applications for the annual Older American Award. Torrance is very, very privileged to have so many seniors who contribute so much to the benefit of everybody. And this award is to recognize what they have accomplished and to honor them for their dedication and service. This is our 40th year of giving this award, and we have awarded about 100 seniors with this award. I know there are many organizations out there with that one special senior, and we would like you to take a minute or so to fill out the application.
Thank you. Your time is up. Please submit your application.
AFSCME 1.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council. My name is Kenny Evans. I work for the Public Works Water Division. I'm here to talk about a class and comp study. We require fair treatment and a fair contract. We deserve to be paid the fair market value for our skill sets. A class and comp study is a normal thing other municipalities already conduct regularly. We are down over 140 members since a few short years ago. Again, we want a joint class and comp study done with the union. Thank you for your service to the community, and please help us keep Torrance a full-service city. Thank you for your time.
AFSCME 2.
If there's actually AFSCME 3, 4, and 5, maybe you could just get in the queue there so you can use our 15 minutes efficiently. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm President of City of Carson, Local 809. I'm here to support our brothers and sisters here in the city. This city has always provided itself and took pride in being a full-service city. Not only PD, fire, but our own trash guys, our own water guys, our own street guys, traffic, lighting, parks, libraries, cross guards, etc. Unfortunately, due to the city's inability to attract and retain quality employees, this essential service are in danger of being greatly reduced and stopping altogether. Outsourcing services will reduce the quality of these services greatly. Our proud workers take pride, and we are losing quality employees every day. And
Yes, sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
You did talk in front of his. AFSCME 3.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm Bob Adams. I'm a business rep here. Are we going to start the clock? Okay. I'm the business rep with AFSCME 1117. Now you may have heard it said that, hey, when we got SST money, we're about to turn a corner, and I'm here to tell you that we have not. Okay, I've been here for almost a decade, and this is the worst that I've seen it since I've been here. We are bleeding everywhere. We are like 1 or 2 employees away in a number of divisions from actually shutting down certain operations. And so if that's being presented to you that, hey, we're okay and everything's fine, we're not. Okay, the Vice President gave a thing as far as a classic comp study is something that other cities are doing. It's very reasonable. And we demand that this be done for all city employees. The negotiators said that they would present our actual proposal to you. I don't know if they have, but I have copies and I can provide that to you. Thank you very much.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is James Jones. I'm a senior mechanic for the City of Torrance in the Transit Department. Did you guys know we have a fleet of 63 buses? We have 3 mechanics that work on 63 buses, where we should have 12. We have guys leaving right and left for higher paying jobs and other positions where they are getting paid better, and we can't even recruit quality people for what the recruitment, the pay is. They're leaving for higher pay, they're leaving for better benefits, and we can't compete. I'm out on IOD because I've been trying to keep up doing the job and maintaining the fleet. We have 2 guys left. One guy put us 2 weeks left to 2 weeks earlier this week. That's 2 guys left, and I'm off. So we got 2 guys that work on 63 buses. We need help. Can you guys help us in getting the raise the pay so we can get better recruitment and better employees? Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Lionel Jimenez. I'm from Fleet Services Division, General Services. And I'm here to tell you guys today that we are also, as the previous one stated, that we're suffering over there. We have vehicles that are like approximately 6 months behind on services. And this includes the refuse trucks, heavy-duty trucks, and so on and so on. So this could be a potential danger to the community and to the people out there. And all we're asking for is for you to consider what we're asking, fair wages at a fair market price. So we also have other issues where staffing is very short due to people leaving to other cities that are better paying than ours. And so I just ask that you consider this. And as far as fleet services in our mechanics for the PD department, we have 1 mechanic that takes care of all the cruisers. And he's only 1 person, and soon to be the motorcycle mechanic, he's leaving at the beginning of next month, which will leave you with none.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Cole. I work for Public Works Sanitation for 10 years. In the 10 years that I've been here, City Torrance prides themselves in being clean and upkept and all that. As for me, I feel like we're not appreciated. We're underpaid, overworked. We get people coming in, getting trained, and then leaving to other cities. As of right now, people look at Torrance as a training facility. Get their license, let's move on. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Robert Castellon, transit bus operator. I just want to point out there's a growing and now documented anti-union, anti-worker sentiment growing in management. Our board members and workers are being subject to unreasonable discipline. Additional surveillance in our ability to promote and apply for other positions has been taken away, as HR now tells our members we do not qualify for positions that we have certifications in. It is one thing to pay somebody poorly, but it is another thing to treat somebody poorly. Our group will no longer sit back and be targeted or intimidated for participating in protected union activities and are simple standing up for themselves. This is an old culture that needs to die, and we need to start a new culture and a new chapter in the city of Torrance that values its employees. Morale is at an all-time low. When morale is this low, it usually starts at the top. We thank you guys for your service to the city.
Okay. If we could just settle down just a little bit, we want to make sure we have Ask Me up to Ask Me 7. So this is the last Ask Me card. Okay.
I want to speak right after.
Just go on and talk. These are all that sign in first. After that, it's just whoever comes first.
Okay.
This is the last of the Ask Me
card that said
numbers.
Ask Me number 10.
Right.
I only had 10 cards, Ask Me 1 through 10. The rest are by name.
Okay.
The rest were signed up by name.
Right.
Please wait till I finish. The rest of the cards are by name. So this is the last gentleman, Ask Me 10 card. The rest will be called by name of the speakers who turned in the card.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and start the clock over. So after this, city clerk will call by names as opposed to Ask Me number. You have to go by the clerk's card. Okay.
City Council and Honorable Mayor. My name is Abdul Johnson. I'm here with AFSCME District Council 36. We represent over 68 locals throughout Southern California, and Torrance is one of our cities. As you all are aware, the American Rescue Plan Act delivered billions of dollars to the state of California. The city of Torrance itself received over 2.20 cities in Torrance were able to give their workers a piece earmark towards the workers that put forth the sweat equity that kept the city running. From my knowledge, the only thing they were given was a vinyl banner that states, "Heroes work here." So I asked the city council to put their money where their mouth is and treat them like heroes. Thank you.
Let the clerk call the names. We're losing time. We only got up to 7:34. Go ahead.
The next speaker is Patricia Diaz, then Bob Adams, and then Dave Inez.
Hello, my name is Patricia Diaz. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so very much. Just wanted to draw attention to the drag magic show that is coming to the Cultural Arts Center in April. And I noticed the words, "In God We Trust." Do we trust God? And we're going to let drag people perform in Torrance, in our cultural center? I don't think that's honoring God at all. So I would ask you to please ask them to cancel the drag portion. The magic portion, the bingo, that's great. Thank you so very much. I appreciate your time. God bless you. Been in Torrance for 32 years. My son went to Kashiwa in 2004. He married a beautiful Japanese woman. I have 2 grandkids, and praise the Lord for that. God bless you.
Would, would, would the audience please allow the speaker to speak, whether you agree or disagree? City Clerk.
Bob Adams and then Dave Inez.
Bob already spoke, so it's Dave Inez. He already spoke. You're wasting your time. We only got 2 more minutes.
Bob's spot. No?
Here, let me go.
David, you're using up your time.
Let's start it over.
You better start.
Honorable Mayor Chan, Honorable City Council, good to see you all, and the lovely citizens of Torrance, should any of you happen to be here. My name is David Inez. I represent Torrance municipal employees, the Torrance Library, and the Crossing Guard. Say hello, everyone. Yeah, all right. And I am there. We stand in solidarity and unified to secure a fair contract. We're not looking to get rich. We just want to be paid fair market value, what we deserve to be paid. And despite what you hear, we do not hate you. We actually look to you for help in destroying a culture that doesn't appear to value its employees. 18 seconds left. So please take note of what our members have said. Note that we will not be divided, we will not be intimidated, and we're not going to go away. We love you guys. Thank you for all you do, and we'll be out of your hair so you guys can conduct city business. But remember us. We'll be seeing you guys soon. Thank you.
This next person will be the last one for oral communications 1. We
Mary
just
Ann.
reached 7:34.
Marianne.
So I want to first start by saying that Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter Los Angeles stands in solidarity with unions, real unions, and we support AFSCME in their fight for a living wage. And I hope that you as a council meet their demands, and I hope that y'all get your demands met. As a granddaughter of a labor union organizer with the UAW, one of the few men in black leadership at that time in the 1930s, I stand in solidarity with y'all. Next, in the name of my ancestors, fuck all of you. And then how dare you mention Black History Month when you're shutting out black people who are fighting for union rights and fighting for a living wage. That is the history of black history. Black history is rooted in protest. When y'all have abused, oppressed, silenced, and arrested us, you put a baton to Sister Sherilyn's neck, to the mother of Christopher D. Are responsible for that because you allowed Torrance PD to do that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Black History Month, and I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
You're disrupting our meeting, lady at the microphone. This is another warning. You're disrupting our meeting.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying. You do not get to talk about
Miss, you're now ejected. You are disrupting our city council meeting. The lady with the Black Lives Matter sweatshirt and 4 vertical striped lines.
Rosa Parks, they arrested. You know who was arrested and maligned and killed and abused? Rosa Parks. That's great. That is great. I'm going to continue what
I move that we recess the city council meeting to close session. Thank you.
towards the workers that
not hate you.
Daughter of a labor union organizer with the UAW.
Because most often,
Torrance.
And they had 20 members of the
we're reconvening. Good evening. We're reconvening the City Council meeting. It's 6:37. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone.
Solidarity with y'all. Next, in the name of my ancestors, fuck all of you. Fuck. In the name of my ancestors, all of you. Next, in the name of my ancestors, fuck all of you. Ancestors, all of you.
We are back from our closed session. It's 10:11. We're now reconvening. We're now moving on to item 8, consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items under the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its, well, hang on for a second. Did we have to wait for a city clerk. My bad.
Oh.
Sorry, folks.
We need to go back.
Can
in
you erase
recess.
the last minute? My bad. I'll take the heat. I'm the mayor. I take the heat.
All right, City Cable, take 2.
Thank you. We have been in recess. Now we're back. City manager, do we have anything to report?
Good evening, Honorable City Manager. We're actually back from closed session. There is nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now to consent calendar, item 8. Do any council member wish to pull any items under the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Item 9A, from the city manager, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Carlos Huizar, Management Associate of the City Manager's Office. Tonight's item is agenda item as a result of oral request from Councilmember Kaji to provide your honorable body with an overview of AB 2348, as well as request council direction on whether staff will proceed with reintroducing such legislation to the State Assembly or State Senate. AB 2348 was introduced back in 2016 by former Assembly Member Mark Levine. The intent of the Assembly bill was to address a funding infrastructure gap in California infrastructure projects. The intent of the bill was to establish within the Department of Finance, within the state, a special fund that would provide a guarantee rate of return for investments made by the California Public Employee Retirement System, or CalPERS for short. The bill was really to encourage CalPERS to invest in California-based projects, as there was a substantial funding gap. Back in 2016, the funding gap was about $835 billion that would have been needed to be made over the next decade to support infrastructure projects that would range from a wide variety of different projects, ranging from waterways, public education, transportation, etc. So CalPERS, as a pension fund, which is one of the second largest pension funds in the world, diversifies its portfolio. They invest in a wide variety of different projects. However, at the time, they were only investing about 1/3 or 1/10 of their investments in California-based projects. The author of the bill mentioned that if 1/10 of 1% was invested from CalPERS, that would generate about 2,600 jobs, which would have made an economic impact and provided much needed funding for local infrastructure projects. Ultimately, this bill did go through the process, and it was approved at the Senate level, but ultimately was vetoed by former Governor Jerry Brown. And there was a couple of reasons for that veto that's further discussed in the staff report. One of the major concerns with the Assembly bill during the process is the bill would have established a special fund to provide that guarantee rate of return, but it didn't provide the necessary details in terms of how that mechanism would come into play. What would be that guarantee rate of return? How much money would have cost annually from the state budget to support this guarantee rate of return? And there was language in the bill that if there was not enough funding to essentially reimburse CalPERS to essentially supplement the guarantee rate of return, they're pretty much out of luck. So that was some of the concerns that Governor Brown had that ultimately made his decision to veto the bill. And ultimately the bill ended up just dying. We have been working with our state legislation consultant, Gonzalez and Son, to kind of get some input from the community as well as our local representatives to see, now that it's been a little bit over 6 years, would such legislation be appropriate to reintroduce back into the state assembly or the state senate? At this time, we don't have any confirmed representatives that is willing to co-author the bill, but we're continuing to further do our research and as well outreach. And then also reaching out to reform groups, like California Forward, which were one of the vital groups on the initial bill that advocated for such legislation, to see if they're interested in a reintroduction of legislation. So for tonight's item, staff is asking council for direction on whether it's, to direct staff to work with our local state representatives to reintroduce the bill once again for consideration for either the state assembly or the state senate. There is a deadline, which is February 17th, to reintroduce or introduce bills to this current legislation session. However, our state consultant has notified us that if we don't meet the deadline, if the bill isn't reintroduced by the deadline, there are other mechanisms or other avenues that we're able to take that can introduce this bill at a later date. Currently, as of this morning, with our conversations with our consultant, there's been about 750 bills already introduced for this session, but they are expecting a little bit over 1,500 new bills to be introduced prior to the February 17th deadline. And some of those bills, half of those bills are going to be spot bills. So to kind of clarify it in layman terms, those can potentially just be placeholders for other bills if their initial bill that was submitted doesn't continue. So there is opportunity for us, if we don't meet that February 17th deadline, that we can still move forward with this bill if we're able to get the support from the state legislature. Ultimately, for tonight's item, there's 3 options for consideration. Option one is direct staff to work with the state representatives and reintroduce this to the state legislation. Option two would be to refer this legislation to the State Legislative Advocacy Committee for further study, and then determine further action at that point. Or option three would just be accepting the file of the report with no action taken. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the council? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. The reason for bringing this motion forward, or this item forward, I think that for our city, we've seen activities both by the Brown administration, also by the current administration, to chip away at our local control. I think some of these unfunded mandates that we're seeing, especially as they affect real estate activity within our city, and the unfunded mandates that trail behind it, which include necessary investments in infrastructure to accommodate new units, residential units in our city, I think makes this item more relevant now than before. I know once upon a time our city had a redevelopment authority, but under Governor Brown, statewide, all the cities had lost that opportunity, and all those funds rolled back to Sacramento. So I think at this time, if we are going to move forward with some of these unfunded mandates, I think it's also timely for CalPERS to use the accumulated assets that go towards funding our pensions, but do so in a way that also allows for reinvestment into our local cities. So at the very least, I'd like to suggest that option one, I think, is timely since we're up against this February 17th.
That is correct.
Okay. So I would urge my fellow council members to consider option one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? Councilman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm understanding that I do like option one, but in the staff report, it says that we may not have the capacity to do the adequate study that option one would take. Do we have a advocacy group that could take this on for us if we went with option one?
Councilmember Lewis, we have a state legislation consultant, Gonzalez and Son, that provides the advocacy for support for the city. So we've worked with them for a number of years. They've helped us, garnish support for certain projects as well as state funding. And we've been in constant communication with them regarding this matter, and they're ready, per your direction, if the council decides to move forward, to assist in whatever way and form to get this onto the legislation.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it would not impact staff because you're already at your limits now. So if we can have a group to explore option one without utilizing our staff capacity, that would be my preference. Thank you.
I do have a thought that just came up. Don't we have a State of the Region coming up, sponsored by Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce, I believe?
That is correct, Councilman. It's coming up, Mayor, it's coming up next week, I believe.
Right, I think it's on Friday, so for those of us who are going to attend, I think it's an opportunity. If one of our state representatives are there, we can, pull him aside and just make a suggestion that can't hurt, right? I mean, that's.
If council approves this item, we'll transmit it to our assembly member's office.
Right.
As early as tomorrow to give them heads up.
Right. So that might be good too. Okay. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Rizar. I spoke with you earlier about this project. Thank you for your explanation and clarification. Just one thing came up to my mind is that you said earlier that it will not have enough funds to get a rate of return. Did I hear correctly?
So Based on the bill in the appropriation committee, it was determined that it would cost about 1.5 to $3 million annually to essentially implement this legislation.
Right.
However, as I mentioned before, there's no mechanism or determination how they're guaranteeing a rate of return. You know, what is that rate of return for that particular project? And who necessarily would fund that special fund that would be created. There is legislation that basically prohibits any monies from the general fund to go towards this effort. Basically would have to be using any type of other special fund or trust fund monies or some form of other allocation that's not tied to the general fund. And then how many projects would CalPERS be investing? So it all kind of comes into play where you're looking at all these different variables is, you know, we don't know our current, you know, what the future economic forecasting would be. And essentially, if there's not enough monies to cover, you know, the difference of what the rate of return would be, you know, does that put the state at a position where now they're going to have to come up with the difference using general funds, or is CalPERS just out of luck with investment? So I think while it was going through the committee of appropriations, there was that concern from staff. One also being that the Department of Finance didn't have that technical expertise to really evaluate these projects to make a sound opinion on which investment would be the best investment for CalPERS. CalPERS, as a pension fund, they have the staff, they have a finance department, they have professionals that are already providing them with those guidance in making their investments. So I guess to answer your question, Councilmember Sheikh, is there was a lot of missing details with the legislation that weren't answered, so there is that concern, which made sense why the former governor ended up vetoing the bill.
Thank you. If we request our partners to introduce or reintroduce this, how much expense do you think will that be to do that? I know it's not going to be city expenses, it will be state, but roughly do we know?
We do not, Councilman Sheikh, City Manager. We have a retainer with our advocacy group in Sacramento, and they'll be advocating on our behalf. Based on the factors Mr. Huizar mentioned, should there be interest for legislation, it would have to address some of those concerns, and that will be taken into account. But a lot of the legwork structurally has already been handled almost 6-7 years ago.
Yep. All right, thank you. Thank you for the detail, Mr. Huizar. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me make sure I boil down what this legislation in more simpler terms so I can understand it. CalPERS has a lot of money. CalPERS, to get a certain return on investments, they need to invest in something. So this legislation says invest in something in the state of California. So if there was something happening in the city of Torrance, I'm making this up, then CalPERS needs to have some project, some development, and then they need to have some confidence that development in some day in the future would generate some level of return. If they think that's good enough, then they could guarantee to all of us who pay in the CalPERS. And it sounds like they thought at that time it might be too risky. Based on what I went to, I went to the new mayors and council academy last week at Sheraton. I think some of the area, I think if we're looking for a lot of momentum to lobby for us, in addition to our consultants, that's where an area like, the Cal cities or independent cities, if they really think that's a good idea, they could drum up a bigger effort, because that kind of advocacy, based on what I saw last Thursday, a lot of times those advocacy takes millions and millions of dollars to push it through. Those are the numbers I was hearing last week. Just give some folks some idea. Hopefully, my simple explanation is clear, at least for the public, on what we're discussing here. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. Have we looked into what the federal infrastructure spending bill, how it will impact this? Because it's fairly recent legislation, and we're talking about dollars from 2016.
Council Member Lewis, I don't have those figures. You know, there is a lot of federal infrastructure funding available that would further assist our current infrastructure projects. But I think the intent of this bill is really, you know, we have a large state pension fund that could invest further into localized infrastructure projects. Not necessarily mandating that CalPERS invest in California-based projects, but providing some form of guarantee rate of return that would incentivize the pension fund to further invest locally, because you know their portfolio is really diverse, where they also invest out of state. And I think because we have such a funding gap in infrastructure at that moment, even to today, and we have that pension fund that has a lot of money, about $485 billion, even just increasing it, you know, the figure that I provided was 0.1% of their total portfolio would generate 2,600 jobs, which is quite an economic impact.
Right, I understand that, and I also understand that the federal infrastructure bill will also trickle down to state and locals, allowing us to do more critical or infrastructure projects, some of them critical infrastructure projects. So I was just wondering, had we looked at the impact of being able to elevate the investment that CalPERS would put into? So it'd be a little bit more than.
Yeah, we have not for the intent of this agenda item, but it's something that we can further research if we pursue this. I do want to also add that, you know, at the time, CalPERS took a neutral position on the bill. They weren't opposed or, you know, supporting the bill. But times have changed, you know, where this year CalPERS has seen a drop in investment, -6.1. So with their decreased rate of returns, that may further cause a concern from their angle on if we were to reintroduce this legislation, that might be a further concern of the direction that they're going at this moment.
I could see that, but I would think with the infusion of the cash just for infrastructure, that would make them want to reinvest, if not more now than in 2016. So I just wanted to make sure that that was investigated and being fleshed out.
Yeah, and we can include that investigation as part of our further research.
Right. I guess we want to put this this agenda item on context. The staff is actually asking us for direction to do option 1, 2, or 3. I don't think we could do option 1 in real time right now. So let's, ask some questions so we understand the bill. I think at the end of the day, they're asking us pick 1, 2, or 3. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mayor. Both the private and the public markets invest in infrastructure in the United States and also abroad. So I know that firms like BlackRock, or funds sponsored by Goldman Sachs and others, do invest in infrastructure. And I believe PERS, through some of its approved fund managers, also does place its funds in infrastructure projects. Those projects generate revenue. So, for example, if the infrastructure project is in sewers, the local authorities do charge fees to the end users in terms of, sewer fees. So from that, they can derive a stream of return, which then goes to those investors. What I do like about this original bill concept, is that at this moment, CalPERS, as one of the largest funds in the United States, doesn't invest in local government. And yet here we are as a local government. Here we are depending on CalPERS to hit its return numbers. Instead, we're faced with a CalPERS fund that had negative returns. So I think it's good business for CalPERS to at least consider what level of infrastructure investment in local governments in the state of California would be acceptable, would fit their risk profile. Not only that, would be a show of good faith to so many municipalities that are depending on them to wisely invest our contributions to pay our pensions, and yet we don't see it here at the local level. So I think it's timely now for the city of Torrance and for other local governments to go to CalPERS, go to the governor, go to the legislature and say, what about us? Why aren't you reinvesting in your local governments that hire local people that create local jobs? So I think it's going to our local members, both in the Assembly and the Senate, and their staffers, working with our consultant. I think they have the bandwidth, to take the current or the former legislation, bring it up to speed, and then pitch it to their other their fellow members to see if there is traction. So once again, I think it's timely for us to put this forth, and I think for other municipalities who do see this as a possibility, we may find that this gains a lot of interest from them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kanji. I don't see anyone else clicked in, so we will go to the public.
James Henry.
I'll make this simple. Next Tuesday is my birthday. Sorry, I'm off topic. How do you know the current governor wouldn't veto any new legislation with similar language to that of Assembly Bill 2348? AB 2348 was vetoed back in the day by then Governor Jerry Brown. If so, any time and effort to resurrect Assembly Bill 2348 would be a complete waste of time.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
I wonder if anybody else. All right, so in my old country, what I escaped of, they say, do not beat a dead horse. You know what I mean? It's not gonna run faster. It's gonna die one more time or something, or dying horse, that's what they say. Do not beat a dying horse. CalPERS is a dying horse. You know what I mean? You took out $350 million loan, basically, but you don't have money to repay, and then you give it to these guys. And you call this a refinance? You should snap out of this. Snap out of CalPERS. It's a dead horse walking.
I believe there are no other public out there at this moment, so how does the council wish to proceed? Councilman Kaji.
I'd like to move that I'd like to make a motion that we adopt option 1 to direct staff to work with the local state representatives to reintroduce this legislation.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake voting no.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9B from Community Development. Is there a staff presentation?
Evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. The item before you tonight is a recommendation from the City Community Development Director that we determine that the action tonight, the termination of the reciprocal easement tonight is not considered a project under CEQA, and to adopt a resolution terminating the actual agreement, easement for the former Toyota campus at the northeast corner of 195th and Gramercy Place. And this is a request from the applicant. Again, with the redevelopment of the former Toyota campus, is just doing some cleanup of some of the underlying lots. And staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Do we have anyone from the public who wish to speak?
Okay, so we were waiting for this agenda 2 hours, and it's about the easement. I mean, who gives a flying, you know what? I mean, don't we have more important things to talk about or have an agenda? An easement? An easement has to be on the city council agenda? Hello? Is this an item? How about the airport noise? Why don't we put that on? Easement? Easement? We're talking about easement on a city council meeting at 195 Street or whatever. This is what we're here for an easement? Hello? Easement.
I agree. You know, we could have gone by real fast.
Oh, sorry I speak.
Correct. You got it.
I waited 2 hours.
Anyone else from the public? Okay, let's bring this back up to the council. How do we wish to proceed?
I move to adopt.
Second.
I think we need a number title first.
Yes, we do for resolution. I apologize.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-10, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, terminating certain agreements and easements related to property located at the northeast corner of 195th Street and Gramercy Place.
All right, you want to do a redo, Councilwoman Lewis?
Yes, I make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9C from Finance. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If you don't mind, I'm taking my items tonight from the podium, just to keep my distance. I got a little bit of a cold. All right, item 9C. Good evening, Sheila Passan, Finance Director. Item 9C is a recommendation that City Council adopt a resolution to establish guidelines for the composition and duties of the Measure SST Citizens Oversight Committee. As part of the sales tax measure that was approved by voters in June 2022, an independent Citizens Oversight Committee was established through Ordinance 3905 and codified in the Torrance Municipal Code Division 2, Chapter 32. The proposed resolution includes the following key components. The members shall be electors of the City of Torrance. The mayor shall appoint one committee member at large, and each council member shall appoint one committee member from their respective district for a total of 7 members. One term is 4 years. The committee shall hold at least 3 regular meetings per fiscal year, which is the same cadence as the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee. The powers and duties of the committee are to ensure that the SST funds are used effectively and as approved by the City Council. The committee's duties include, but are not limited to, reviewing the SST fund annual operating budget that is adopted by the City Council, review semi-annual reports from city staff each fiscal year on revenues and expenditures of the fund, review the annual third-party financial statement audit of the Measure SST fund, advise the City Council on issues identified, if any, and perform any other action or activity that may be directed by the City Council. With that, I'll leave it to the City Council for any questions, and I am available.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the council? Looks like Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Ms. Poisson. Just a real quick question. How long would the committee be in place for?
There's no sunset. So,
As long as the tax
indefinite.
measure remains in place?
Correct.
Just want to be clear. Thanks.
Mhm.
Anyone else from the council? Councilwoman Lewis.
Will the city clerk be responsible for doing the applications for those who are interested in the particular districts the same as we do for commissions?
Correct. The application process and the requirements are intended to mirror the same as all other commissions.
Anyone else from the council? Councilman Matucci.
No, we're calling it a commission, committee. So if you already serve on a commission, you can't serve on the committee?
I believe that's the case. Would you please confirm, City Clerk Poirier?
I believe this is separate. This is not a
Yeah.
commission. This is an
It's
oversight
a committee,
committee.
so I would defer to the city attorney. I would think not, but
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. Obviously, a question of first impression. I don't think we have a policy on that because we've never really had a separate, one that's separate from our traditional commissions. But that's something we could look at. Nothing that, I mean, I don't think it would necessarily prohibit someone from participating unless the council wants to do that.
Okay, so as of right now, nothing would stop us from getting an existing commissioner, from getting appointed to this committee, as of right now.
I don't think there's anything in our municipal code that would prohibit that. But obviously there could be conflicts of meetings and things like that that could cause problems.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis. Whoops.
I was just going to withdraw because the city attorney answered my question. If SST funds were, let's just say, for a traffic project and you have a traffic commissioner that's also on the SST committee, I'm assuming that's the conflict that you're referring to.
I was actually just referring to actual calendar conflicts.
Oh, okay.
Because the committee is just a kind of review and report. They don't actually have budgetary authority. They can only essentially make public what's going on and make recommendations to the council, but they don't have any budgetary authority.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see anyone else clicked in, so I guess I will go through some of my questions, which I already talked to Ms. Passan, because I think it will help clarify what potentially could or could not happen. So I, as mayor, will appoint someone, should there someone apply first, and that would be serving, it could be anyone from within the city, and then each of my colleagues would appoint someone only if in each of their respective district has an applicant that actually applies. That means there's a possibility that I'm going to just pick District 3. If District 3 has no applicants, what would be a potential scenario? I think we talked about this. I just want to make sure, set some of the expectations so my colleagues know what potentially may or may not happen, or we have to call an audible on the fly.
I think the intent was to give every council member a chance to represent someone, so we could revise it to say that just every council member gets to appoint someone, whether it's from their district or not. That'd be a way to fix that.
Right, I understand, but as written right now, that's not how it is. I just want to make sure that I'm giving my colleagues some time to think about this, or it could be, because the way we're going down is, and hypothetical, someone in District 3 files an application. However, Councilman Sheikh might say, applicant X, I actually don't think you're the right person. Where the council member is not forced to appoint the person from their district just because the person applied for it.
That's correct, and maybe a fix to that would be in Section 2, number 2 would be to say, we could just take out from their respective district that each council member shall appoint one committee member. And we could take out from their respective district if that's a concern.
They still have to be a resident of the city of Torrance.
Correct.
Okay. A resident of Torrance, a registered voter? some of the similar criteria for a commissioner, I think. Okay, I just did that intentionally, just stir some more thoughts on, maybe I did. Councilwoman Lewis.
And I'm thinking the same way that you are, in that maybe we can have a preference for districts first, and if there's no candidates that fit that eligible criteria, then we can go to an at-large appointment. Just a thought. My other thought is, as I was reading through this again, I don't see anything on there about our our mandated and very dynamic program for commissioner training and ethics training. And if you're doing a committee on SST for public transparency, I would think that that would be one of the requirements before you could be appointed to this committee.
The intention was to include those requirements in the application process.
Okay, and not part of this, because it's pretty,
You mean the resolution?
I'm sorry, yes, in the resolution.
It wasn't included in the resolution. I did not see training included in other resolutions from the commissions. I was using other commissions as kind of the sample for this one.
Okay.
So as long as we have included in the application process, I would think that would suffice for the requirement.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was addressed. Thank you.
Mhm.
And this is a question to the city attorney, as we were discussing all the potentials. I think we talked about already. If there aren't enough applicants, at some point, we as a council, is it possible to say, well, maybe it doesn't have to be a 7-member committee? Can we change the number?
Yes, since this is being set by resolution, the only thing the ordinance actually did was set up the committee. So the council, if it comes that they only get 5 applicants or 3 applicants, you can come back and modify the resolution, or you could do what we've done with commissions before and ask the clerk to send out another notification and postpone the appointments.
Super. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there a reason why we can't set up the nomination or the appointment to this committee similar to the commissions? I'd kind of like to keep the district portion out of it, because it is a citywide decisions or recommendations. Pardon?
No, I just said, and people move during that 4-year term, they might move from, home on District 3 to District 2.
Right.
Well, I can see the context of why, staff came up with this first one, because
I
just like
understand.
each of us need to live in a particular district, but we adopted a resolution that we would serve for the interests of the whole city. I could understand how it
Sure.
came out. Yeah.
Oh, I understand, and I appreciate it.
The city council can direct to change that in the
Yeah,
resolution.
we have the option. That's why this is up for us.
Sure. So that would be my thought, that it be more similar to the commissions as far as nominations, at large, and training, ethics.
Right. I see what you're saying. You're saying let's not make it applicant by districts.
Correct, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. On the same note, are we also then making changes to the number of years a committee person can serve? Since at the moment we have one is going to serve for 4 years, the other for 3, and so forth. Can we change it to 4 years?
No, that's intentional. When we set up a new commission or committee, we always stagger it, so that way we don't lose everyone all at once, so we don't lose all the seniority. So this is, whenever we set up a new commission, we always do this stagger, but they do get to serve they'll get more, the people get the short term, end up serving a little bit longer, because they get the short term doesn't count towards their term limit.
So we don't need to change that, keep it that way, that makes
Yeah,
more
it's
sense.
just when we set
Yes.
up a new one, that's the only reason we do it, so that we stagger off the experience.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see anyone clicking in. Do we have any comments from the public?
James Henry.
I have 2 questions. What date was the Citizens Oversight Committee established? And what is the dollar amount that the Oversight Committee will be presiding over? I can't find this amount listed in this agenda item.
I can take that, Mayor. The Oversight Committee was set up by the voters when they approved the sales tax in Measure SST. It's set in Municipal Code Section 232.1.120. And then it even provides for this procedure tonight that the council will set up the guidelines for the composition by resolution. And the amount that they review is the entire amount of the sales tax that comes in.
Well, okay, Mr. Henry, it all depends on how much sales tax will come in because we can't predict the future, right? So whatever point in time we took in a certain amount, the Oversight Committee would take a look at it and, right. Yeah, the original estimate was about 18 million per fiscal year. Hopefully I stated correctly.
That's correct, Mayor. Until the next budget cycle, if that's revised.
Right, right. But if you take in only 10 million, then that 1 year you might be looking at 10 million. It all depends on how much we get in. All right. Let's bring this back to the council. Oh, you didn't stand up, so okay, go ahead, sir.
I was polite, and when you speak, I don't stand up here to distract you, okay?
Keep it going.
So, I just want to use up 1 more minute on this useless item. You spent 10, 15 minutes on it. If I'm a committee member, he's going to tell me how much he raked in. She's going to tell me how much she raked in. We have all this document that lies to us. We don't know how much money it comes in. We don't know how much they pay for this, how much they pay for that. We can pull $1 million out of the airport funds and buy a Torrance theater, and that's a good investment. We're using funds that the federal government give us and hide it for 10 years. Hide it for 10 years in the airport funds. Not using it. Buying a Torrance theater company with the money they gave us for housing. How do I know?
Thank you, sir. Now I think I could bring it up to the council for discussion and action. Anyone from the council? Councilwoman Lewis, looks like you're going to take a crack at this.
I am going to take a crack at it. With the changes mentioned before, I would like to send this back to staff for the revisions as discussed from all of our colleagues, and bring it back at a later time, whether that be the next council meeting or whenever finance and the city treasurer's office deems appropriate, along with the city attorney.
If I could, just a clarification, because we had one person say they wanted to delete the respective district, and another person said they wanted like the commissions. Does council want to give direction on which way they want to handle that?
I would like to motion to follow the same policy as the commissions, because I can see Councilwoman Kalani and Mayor Chin's points about representatives. I do understand the representatives for the district, but we are governing the city as a whole. So I would like to have it come back if I have council concurrence to do so.
Before you zero in on the motion, let's see what Councilman Matucci's comments are.
No, I guess it is a question for our city attorney. Since I feel that the changes are relatively minor, does it have to come back, or can we just?
If it's minor, we could do it by what's called interlineation tonight, or if you want us to come back so you can see it, we can bring you back a revised copy.
Do you feel it's minor enough to where we can just make a motion to approve the resolution?
Yeah, I mean, if it's just really to section 2, I think you could just say, just revise section 2 to read, the council shall appoint the committee members, and I think that covers it. I mean, and if you want, we could steal language from the other ones, but I think that works.
Yeah, I think I think this is the way I was hearing it. Section 2, I believe my colleagues here are leaning toward a more of an at-large appointment based on those who applied. Now, the other one that I don't believe that only I brought it up, I think. Are we good with the 7-member oversight committee, or do we want something different, or we could just wait? Yeah. Any of my colleagues got thoughts about that?
I think in order to keep with alignment with all the other commissions, that 7 members would be a good number. If we start to go shorter than that, then it may open us up to other questions. So
Understand.
I would like to leave it at 7 at large,
Okay.
and not have it bought back with the changes. And I know that our wonderful city clerk will ensure that the training is done in the application process.
We do have the application listed that they have to take all 3 trainings, council member.
Okay, I think the questions got answered. So now let's go back and see if Councilwoman Lewis can articulate the motion with the slight changes in section 2.
Wow, the pressure. So I am making a motion to move forward Resolution 2023-11 to format the SST Citizens Oversight Committee with the changes as noted, that it will go from districts to at-large, 7 members, and with the city clerk ensuring that the training is on the application as the other commissioners are.
I get the easy job, I'll second it.
Your Honor, would you like me to read the title?
Yes, please.
This is resolution number 2023-11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, to adopt guidelines for the composition and duties of the measure SST Citizens Oversight Committee as approved by the qualified electors of the city during the general municipal election on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022, as amended. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9D from Finance. Is there a staff presentation?
Mayor and Council, Sheila Passan, Finance Director, once again. Item 9D is a recommendation to approve the recommended fiscal year 22-23 first quarter budget review report program modifications, with the exception of the finance proposal, which will be delayed until the Deputy City Treasurer has met their 1-year probationary period. Just to summarize all of the program modifications listed, the first one being from the City Clerk's office with a recommendation to convert 2 office assistants to 2 administrative assistants, as the limited job specifications of the office assistant position no longer meet the administrative needs of the department, and will provide increased flexibility in assigning tasks and facilitate staff development, allowing for cross-training across the 3 divisions in that department. From the city manager's office, the recommendation is to convert the 1 assistant to the city manager to 1 deputy city manager. The proposed reference point for the deputy city manager position is $17,167, which is the midpoint between the assistant to the city manager and the assistant city manager classifications. As you know, this position is very heavily involved in the homelessness outreach in the overall program. It will allow for continued advancement in our homelessness response and an expanded emphasis on workforce professional development. Also from the city manager's office, the recommendation is to add 1 staff assistant also for homelessness services. As we all know, the number of individuals experiencing homelessness in Torrance and California have increased, and so has the complexity of the issue. So we're seeking to add 1 staff assistant to carry out a coordinated response and dedicated outreach. Funding for this position will come from the Home Investment Partnerships American Rescue Plan Program, Home ARP. In the Communications and Information Technology, CIT department, they are recommending a reorganization. Of this reorganization, it will include several deletions and adds, so essentially conversions. So it'll be a conversion of one communications manager to an information technology manager. So this IT manager will oversee the centralized customer support as well as the radio shop and communications operations. The conversion of one IT analyst to an IT manager to oversee enterprise applications and analytics, and to convert one IT specialist to a systems analyst purely dedicated to infrastructure and cybersecurity. In community development, this is a zero cost. It's really a title conversion to convert 5 environmental quality officers and 2 senior environment quality officers to 5 code enforcement officers and 2 senior code enforcement officers to provide improved enforcement efforts throughout the community. As positions turn over and staff become vacant, they'll be recruited under this new classification. In community services, the recommendation is to convert 1 senior administrative assistant to 1 supervising administrative assistant to allow for a higher level of responsibilities to be assigned, as this position supervises several administrative staff, with community services being one of the larger departments of the city. Also to delete 1 senior recreation supervisor and add 0.2 FTE program coordinator and 0.3 senior program specialist. This will actually yield $104,000 in general fund savings to reduce redundant supervisory staff and increase availability and scope of direct program staff. And lastly, for community services, to delete 1 office assistant and add an administrative assistant. Similar to city clerk's office, the limited job specs of the office assistant no longer meet the needs of the department. In fire, the recommendation is to increase the budget to fund the enrollment in the California Department of Healthcare Services Ground Emergency Medical Transport Intergovernmental Transfer Program. It's a mouthful, PPGEMT program. The current program called the GEMT QAF program is what we are enrolled in now. It provides supplemental Medi-Cal payments and was expected to end in December. That program will then be replaced by the PPGEMT IGT program. So the request is to increase the revenue and expense budget as needed to pay for those costs. But it is a net general fund revenue of $350,000. In public works, the recommendation is to convert 4 maintenance workers to 4 sanitation equipment operators to allow for better mitigation of scheduled and unscheduled absences. As it stands now, very often maintenance workers are put on move-up for the sanitation equipment operators. So this will ensure we continue this level of service and better able to manage unscheduled absences. And lastly, in transit, the recommendation is to convert 1 senior business manager to a transit planning manager to handle all the planning and preparation for the route restructuring, the anticipation of opening the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center, the launch of Line 13, and expansion of Line 10. All right. I believe we have all departments here available to ask any specific questions about any of those program mods. But to wrap it up, of all of those that were just explained, the recommendation is to increase the general fund operating fund revenue budget by $769,527, appropriate $570,621 to the general fund operating fund expenditure budget, appropriate $69,447 to the sanitation fund expenditure budget, and to appropriate $35,118 to the transit fund expenditure budget. With this is an overall citywide net savings, with the general fund impact being a savings of $198,906. And we are available for questions.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Poisson. Just for the benefit of the public, I want them to know that this very complex and detailed item was discussed in closed session to cover all the details. And one of those details that was discussed was item number 9 on the long list, which is the transfer of positions from finance to the city treasurer's office. And I wanted to be clear on that. You said that we had agreed that that was not going to happen here.
Correct.
And not until such time as the deputy treasurer was off probation. Would that mean it would happen automatically at that time, or would it come back to council? Because the council did raise other issues on that transfer during closed session, and I think we need to have the opportunity to have council to discuss it.
We can bring it back as council directs.
Great. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? If not, we'll go to the public. Any comments?
James Henry.
I have a handout for my public comment, regarding my public comment. With regards to the program modification of the city treasurer and the staffing between finance and the city treasurer, I recommend that you postpone this program modification indefinitely until it is proven that the newly elected city treasurer shows up to work on time and is competent enough to perform his duties of that position. So far, I haven't seen that, and this is an example of that. $17 million loss in the first 5 years on the job.
Anyone else from the public?
I know I'm just gonna waste 1 more minute. All right, so here I see this paper, and it's like mumbo jumbo. This many thousand here, this many thousand here, then it says total proposed amendments, $6,300 net saving, after other net saving, after total general fund impact, $192,000 net cost. We're talking about a couple of $100,000, and we're talking about city budget. Put your pants up, man, and tie the belts. You know, all those police officers, they're gonna come back and sue the city. We have to have set aside the millions of dollars because they're gonna sue the city. Where is that in the budget? Huh? Attorneys, hire the attorneys now. Get a good deal because those police officers gonna sue you. They're gonna sue you.
Thank you. Looks like we're going to come back to the council. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Boisson, for your presentation. I know that later this month, the Finance and Government Operations Committee will be meeting to talk about the first quarter budget. But I think as part of that discussion, as it pertains to government operations, as my fellow member, Mr. Griffith, pointed out on the exception item regarding the staffing transfer from finance to the treasurer's office, I'm having, it's difficult for me to square the request to transfer a staffer to the treasurer's office when I'm remembering comments made by then Councilmember Goodrich as to his view of the role of the city treasurer as a full-time position, and also the campaign for treasurer, in which during the course of the campaign, candidate Goodrich made statements about his future goals for the office of city treasurer. So I think we'll have time in the future to discuss what role the office of the city treasurer should have and what these staffing or perceived staffing requirements will be. So I'm just making a comment, but I think we'll be bringing this up when we do have our committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
I have to concur with what Councilmember Kaji said, my question to you is, there's actually two staffers that are being transferred. So you're transferring an account clerk and an accounting technician over to the city treasurer's office that currently work in finance. So what type of impact would that do to your existing staff by moving those two over? And my second question is, am I correct in that you've been supervising these two staffers while the city treasurer's office was in transition?
Yes, that's correct. Throughout this time, during the then city treasurer's absence, those two staff were reporting directly to our revenue manager. And that's how it currently stands right now. As far as the impact to our operations, if staff were transferred over to the city treasurer's office, it would alleviate supervisory duties in terms of employee evaluations. So, as issues with employees come up, right now we deal with them in terms of oversight on a daily basis, like reviewing the daily reconciliations before they're imported into New World, our financial system, reviewing the investment report, really reviewing even the investments as they're booked as journal entries. We will still continue to do that, regardless of who the employee oversight goes to.
So now I'm really confused even more before. So what's the account clerk and the accounting technician going to do for the city treasurer that they're not already doing for you? It's just a supervisory move?
Correct. The duties remain the same. It's the reporting structure that changes.
Okay, so and these two positions would report to the new deputy city treasurer, correct?
If moved, yes. They'll report directly to her.
Okay, I agree with Councilmember Kaji. I would like the committee to take this on and look to see if maybe we're top heavy or maybe there could be some realignment or something to that nature.
As a matter of fact, I think there might be a charter amendment item to discuss that as well. But Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. What is being proposed? Did we have the similar structure before we had this chaos with the city treasurer? The question is, what was the structure before this entire thing happened? Are we reverting back to that structure, or?
Yes, it would be reverting back to that structure.
Okay,
So the city treasurer's office was independent of finance as it relates to the employee relations and performance evaluations.
Mayor, Honorable Chairman, City Manager, I do recommend having the treasurer be part of this conversation when we do return, if it's at the Finance and Government Operations Committee, since the motion is to delay the decision on this particular item. I think it will be a worthwhile conversation. And if you need a primer on some of the background of how the positions were transferred from one department to the other, to finance and back, we could definitely provide that to you as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, I think we have some confusion on this item. It specifically says in the item that this transfer from the Finance to Treasurer's Office is excluded upon the approval of this item. Did I read that correctly?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I
For
believe.
prior direction, yes.
Yeah.
Right, that was, right, decision from closed session to exclude number 9 in the list of items, which is the transfer of the two members in finance to treasurer. That move was excluded as part of this unless we chose to override that.
Correct.
Exclusion. And as per my original clarification question, that change won't happen upon the completion of the probation of the deputy treasurer. It will come back to council before any change is made.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, looks like I have a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the fiscal year 2022-23 first quarter budget review, not approve, but accept, I'm sorry, with the exception of item number 9.
Actually, I think item 9 is already not part of it.
Right.
Councilman, point of clarification, it is to approve the program mods.
Okay, so approve everything except for
Except
number
number-
9
correct.
as written.
Yes, thank you.
I second.
Start voting, please.
Should we assuming it includes all the appropriations in 2, 3, 4, and 5? Got it.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9E from the City Manager and Community Services. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. John LaRock, Community Services, on behalf of the City Manager's Office. We're following up on a council referral from last year to provide information about restoring the City of Torrance Dodger Day. Staff has advanced a 2023 group sale for up to 500 tickets in addition to optional on-field activities. Those would be ceremonies for your honorable body. The city would resell tickets at a discounted rate as per past practice, which we're recommending at $10 per ticket. The tickets would be distributed through the Armstrong Theater box office so that the tickets could be mapped and sold according to the groups that do respond. To accommodate the number of tickets, plus the on-field recognition opportunities that would be available, which would be a recognition of elected officials, as well as an optional first pitch ceremony. There are 3 games in June that we've selected as options for you, which both are most affordable and have the available ticket space, as well as the availability for the on-field features. It should be noted that we will not be providing transportation to any ticket holders, but we will be providing information about the free Metro Dodger shuttle, which is available from a number of South Bay stations, free of charge to any ticket holder for a Dodger game. Our recommendation this evening is that you approve the purchase of 500 tickets to an LA Dodgers game in June 2023, that you authorize us to redistribute those tickets to the community at $10 per ticket, that you provide direction for one of the 3 game date options we provided in the staff report, and that you provide direction for the on-field recognition and first ceremony pitch options. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have Councilman Griffiths?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. LaRock. I appreciate staff for working on this and bringing it back at my request. I think this would be a tremendous community activity, and the Dodgers are always a pretty popular item here in the South Bay. Couple questions. Would this ticket sales be limited to Torrance residents?
You can certainly direct that to be so.
I'd be concerned a little bit if we're going to be providing a discount that we would not allow the general public from all over the place come in and snap up tickets, and would there
limit on at this point, unless you direct that to be so. And we would have to confirm with the Armstrong box office that residency verification is possible at the point of sale, which may or may not be possible.
Yeah, I mean, those are 2 items I think would be kind of important.
We can certainly include that in the advertising.
Yeah, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues on that. Also, the rate of $10, that was at the rate the last time we did this?
That is correct.
How long ago was that?
The last one was 2012, I believe, if memory serves from the file.
Yeah, it's certainly before my time, and I've been here a long time.
Yes, sir.
So maybe we're open to discuss the rate from $10, which obviously the price of tickets at our cost has gone considerably higher than it was probably 15 years ago. So
the cheapest ticket for Dodger Stadium is currently $10.
Right. And then my preference would be maybe option 1 on the dates, but I'm open to suggestions from anybody on that.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Councilman Griffith brought up the I guess being that you have to be from Torrance to buy it. My only concern is that, if one person buys, let's say 30 tickets, not all the individuals that go might be from Torrance. So just want to make sure that we don't put limitations on who those guests might be. Because, like, my parents are in a different city, and if I wanted to take my parents, I wouldn't be able to if there's just a restriction on each ticket.
Well, again, the purchaser, whether it's for one ticket or 500 tickets in that case, we could only choose to verify their residency or not the guests they bring.
Okay.
So, if we still chose to verify.
Yeah, and I agree. I think the $10 might be a little low. Maybe we can adjust it a little bit. Thank you.
I would agree with that. I'll give you my comment before I call you. I think back then, $10 per ticket. I'm not sure it was that much of a subsidy back in 2012. My initial leaning would be sell the tickets the same cost we get it. If it's $36 a ticket, charge $36 a ticket, and my suggestion would be June 15th. That's just my thought here. Okay, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for putting this together for us. I think this is a wonderful way to give back to our community. I would appreciate the idea of verifying residency in Torrance, maximum 4 tickets, $15 a ticket, and I like option 3 because it's cost effective. And midday, it might be more accessible to young people who might not otherwise have the opportunity to go see the Dodgers. That's my thoughts. Thanks.
Councilman Kaji.
As a Dodger fan for a long time, I'm just looking at the June 25th game, which is a Sunday afternoon against the Houston Astros. I think for many reasons, for families, to attend a daytime game on a Sunday would be easier than an evening game during the week. But I think a motivating factor is that playing against the Houston Astros at home, I think we'll sell out. No problem. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? Councilman Tucci.
Yeah, I just want to ask Councilman Griffith, because I'm not much of a baseball guy. Is there any reason why you prefer Tuesday, June 13th, or just so I can better understand why?
Well, to be honest, I've been to games on an afternoon at Dodger Stadium in the summertime, and it gets blazingly hot. And
Good point.
I don't know where these seats might be located, but if they're anywhere on the third base or the first base side, I wouldn't want to be sitting there. I've baked myself in the seats in that afternoon game, and it's absolutely miserable.
They are the upper deck of the third base line.
Third base, okay, then I don't care.
Just bring some tissues for your nosebleed, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else from the council? If not, we'll go to the public. Any comments from the public?
James Henry, I'd like to know who's going to be in charge of the accounting on this, about how much it costs and how much money is received to pay for this. What department's in charge of the accounting?
Sounds like, I think Mr. LaRox is going to be through the Armstrong Theater, so it's
Community
just-
Services and General Services will collaborate on the accounting of the tickets and the revenue.
Thank you.
This is Porchap. I'm just gonna waste a minute because you wasted all this time on this agenda. So I don't know why is the city getting in the business to ticket scalping. I don't know. And you just had it on the board, 500 tickets and appropriate $20,000. Now do your math. 500 tickets for $20,000, that's $40 a ticket. And then you say here $10, again, your mumbo jumbo. Are we giving a discount to the citizens here, or are we spending $20,000 or 500 tickets. So it just doesn't add up. Nothing is add up in the city. Nothing. You put out things, and then who can buy it, who cannot buy it, and then you're gonna go out and throw the ball. That's why we do this. That's why we do this. So you can have an appearance on an off field someplace. Nobody gonna see you. Nobody gonna see you. But we have to pay for this. $20,000
All
for
right,
500
your time is up,
tickets.
sir.
Do your math.
We hear you loud and clear. Let's bring this back to the council. I think Councilman Griffith has a motion.
Unless
Go
there's
ahead.
any other questions.
I'm waiting for someone to click in. Okay? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to go ahead and motion then that we proceed with this. And just as a comment on the item, very often the city subsidizes nice things for the benefit of our community. And that's what this is about. It's a nice thing that we're doing for our community. And so with that, I would like to move forward with the option 3 date of the afternoon game on Sunday versus the Astros, selling the tickets at $15 each instead of 10, and a limit to 4 per resident purchaser.
I will only second it if I can have a Councilman Griffith's bobblehead, since there's no giveaway on the date that he selected.
We'll see if engineering can build one.
I second.
Councilman Griffiths, Alabama Springs City Manager, if we're able to get interest from employees, could we open it up and order additional tickets?
For employees?
Yes,
Oh, absolutely.
thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, go Dodgers. We're on item 9F from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Michael Smith, City Manager's Office. This is a recommendation of the City Manager that the City Council provide staff with recommendation regarding the development of a new city logo. There are 4 options available: hire a logo design consultant, or create a logo in-house, or utilize an online design contest using professional artists, or number 4, which is the basis for this item, from Councilman Kaji requesting the development of a community-based design contest. There is an attachment to the item that includes a contest provisions, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I absolutely am supportive of option 4. I mean, we have artists and folks in our community that have designed nationally award-winning floats. And so I think no one knows our community better than our residents in our community, and I think that they would do us very well in doing a community-based design contest for our residents and our residents' artists. It'll definitely give them an opportunity to shine.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council have questions or comments? If not, do we have any comment? Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. If my understanding is correct, we are also giving little directions which one of the logos they should have in mind, or it's going to be totally open-ended, whichever way we go.
That's correct. In the item, I included some direction that the council might consider in terms of providing the community with whether or not we're going to go with something more traditional, historic, timeless, based on the culture of the community, and of which we could include all of those as options.
Yes, I'm thinking to keep it open so they can come with any ideas rather than giving little directions.
Sure.
But I definitely support 4. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, sometimes when you open up for competition, I think, these are just suggestions to consider. I think almost like rose floats.
Just some ideas to get them started.
Exactly. Anyone else from the council? Councilman Griffith?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I love our Rose float, people designing our floats, but unfortunately, they don't actually make the design. We have a professional float designer that takes the idea and creates the design. I'm a little worried that, many corporations and businesses spend millions of dollars for their branding and their logos and things like that. And personally, I'm quite content with our current logo, but I'm concerned about the cost of this, and I want to make sure that we have obviously the right to say we don't like any logos that are presented, and we either keep what we got or go even a different direction. So I just want to make sure those options are available to us, and as long as that's the case, then I don't mind taking a look, see what people come up with.
Those are all very good points, and included in the contest attachment, it allows the city council, one, to make the decision, two, to reserve the right to make modifications to whatever the design concept was. So the contest was kind of written with the Rose Float concept in mind, and that even though the student might have drawn the initial concept, there was a finalization by a professional artist. We have a lot of folks in the city that could clean up, in a sense, any submission, including one sitting on the dais. She is in a different role now, but we certainly could clean up and make modifications. And if you recall, a lot of the logos that were created during the pandemic for the Torrance Cares campaign, those were, and she's not even listening. Yeah, I'm giving you additional assignments, Jamie. Yeah, she's capable of making improvements to whatever is submitted.
It's interesting you say that, because as I looked at this package here, the first thing I was thinking is letting the in-house take a crack before we do the community one, or because we may have something we'd like too.
Yeah, I think the last time the council considered, there were several submissions from in-house, and the council rejected all of them and went with the original design and only modified the verbiage. So it went from headquartered cities to residents, commercial, and industry.
Yeah, I saw that. I'll let my colleagues speak, because I think, our in-house may have some good design too. I know a lot of people like the community one, but I don't want to exclude a good idea that our in-house people might be able to provide too. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. I, too, like our logo. I think it represents our city quite well. It tells the story of our city. Although the mobile app logo is contemporary, if you're not familiar with the bridges, you might not know what they are. How long have we had this logo?
Since the 60s.
Since the 60s.
And it was drawn by former Mayor Eisen.
And if we were to implement a new logo, what would be the cost and just the scope of having to change out every logo in our city?
We would institute a transition. We would not do a wholesale replacement of all logos in the city. As trucks and vehicles and equipment are purchased, then the new logo would be affixed. So we have existing cost already with adding the logo to different items. This would be no different.
We went through, Autumn Torrance City Manager, we went through a significant effort to change all of our street signs. That would be one prime example where we could either put a temporary sticker or replace them as we change the signs. It'll be a transitional period.
Your business card will get changed.
That's easier.
Yeah, the business cards are easy. The police chief, fire chief's patches, that would be a different issue.
Yep.
Now that I'm looking at the chief's patch.
And badge. Thank you.
Put a sticker on it.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Uh, Are we going to incentivize with monetary or any compensation whoever participates?
So in the attachment, I left it blank for the council to decide if there would be a monetary incentive. A couple of $100 would be probably good enough. I don't think, I would recommend anything larger than $500 at the most. I was thinking more like $250. Just something nominal to grab the attention.
And we also need to obtain copyright. As one assistant to the city manager learned many years ago, when we were adjusting our logos on
The
police
bridge.
and fire, an individual put together the bridge model, but at the time they were not a city employee. I had to track her down and go through a specialized copyright patent attorneys to get that. And it was more than 500, so I would recommend we put that on front end and we get the copyright.
And all that language is included in the competition.
Yeah, and I think when you award somebody, that language will be there.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Plus, maybe 30, 40 years later, we're looking at 1984 as the last time this got modified. Your name might show up on the agenda packet, and you'll get some bragging rights, too. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I think refreshing the logo, right now it just looks like they kind of took a photocopy of a Thomas Guide and used the whole South Bay in the logo. So it's not really a logo, it's really just a map. I think the process might actually be a little bit more difficult than what we think, because not everybody's a graphic artist, but they might have great ideas that they're going to jot down on a napkin. And what I would suggest is that we do get a professional logo creator that will work with whomever, the individual or the individuals that come up with a concept. And the reason I say individuals is because we might like the outer border of one of the logos, but the inside content of another. And maybe we might want to put those together. And I think that's where a professional logo designer can work to actually make that happen. Personally, I don't think we should financially have to compensate individuals, because I think going on record being the person that actually helped draw the logo of a city, I think it's compensation enough. Definitely, you call it bragging rights, man, that's big bragging rights. I think where we should invest our money is in having a professional work with the concepts that we put together. I do think something modern, but still keep it classy and simple. I think simplicity is the key thing. But I think it should, the logo should be something that works in black and white color. Something that can easily be shrunk down into a business card size and blown up into a billboard size.
Right.
And I think we have to take a lot of those different ideas and start, soliciting some ideas to come in. We don't want a logo that looks like it's from the 17th century, we want a logo that looks like the future, and it should reflect who we are. So that's going to be a little bit of a task, and this is a decision that's going to maybe hang around for another 50 years, right?
Yes, the council could go with the first recommendation, which is item number 4. Consider what's submitted, and if you don't like any of them, you could reject all of them, and then you can go back and take another approach, and that approach could be a professional designer.
I think we should really consider getting a professional designer to overlook the process, because what I found is that logos, even if they have a little tint or like shading, it could affect the the ability to put it on a transparent. I forget the material that they use for transparent things, but anyways, for signs and stuff like that. So I don't know. I think having a professional be part of the process would be great, because we might say, oh, that looks great. And then a professional is going to look at it and say, nah, well, yeah, it looks great, but these are the problems. you know?
We definitely have the expertise inside the city that can review and then clean up whatever is submitted.
Okay, perfect.
I don't think we have to go out
Yeah,
of house
we have the
to
talent
achieve
here.
that.
Well, I'm sure we have plenty of talent here. And who's to say that I would imagine the contest or whatever we want to call it is open to everyone, including people that work here, right? And
Everyone who works here as well as all those sitting on the dais.
yeah. I do like the logo that's on the app. It's actually pretty neat. People from the outside may not know it's from Torrance because they just see these arches, but people from Torrance know it's from Torrance, and that's all that really matters.
And that's kind of why I included some of the other examples of logos. Some of them make absolutely no connection to whatever the product is.
Yeah.
I think Twitter and Instagram are the only two that reflect what it is. Yeah. All those other ones, the McDonald's arches, the Nike swoosh, they don't necessarily represent the product.
Yeah.
But it's identifiable and it's iconic.
We're very limited on landmarks. I mean, we do have a few landmarks, but how many of them translate to a logo?
Right.
Anyways, this is a pretty exciting time for Torrance. May not seem like it now, but once we start to actually see it materialize, I think it's going to be pretty darn exciting. I do agree that there's going to be a cost, but if we transition through it as we replace vehicles or uniforms, such like that, then I think that'd be a wise way to do it.
Yep.
I appreciate we putting the item together. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Some logos is very simple. If you look at the City of Long Beach, it just says City of Long Beach.
I suspect that they couldn't agree, and that's what they came up with.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes every year the City of Long Beach has a marathon event, and usually Queen Mary shows up. But I look at the city here, I don't see the Queen Mary or anything with the port over there. But Pasadena, you see a rose there. Yeah. So I think Councilwoman Lewis.
As the resident Long Beach person on the council, I can tell you that several of their departments, including the port, went through a complete rebranding. So out went the logo, out went all the logos and everything that we were talking about. One of the things that they did do is they reached out to the community and then they sent out an RFP. Would we have to do an RFP for a graphic designer, or do we already have one under contract, or is it strictly in-house?
I would recommend that we utilize talent within the city initially and come up with a final design and present that to the city council. And if you approve it, then we move forward. If the design does not meet your expectations or desires, then we can pursue other alternatives at that point.
And something else that we did, it wasn't a monetary prize, but the logo was printed on a plaque with that person's attribution and hung in a very public place that's still there. And that was, as Councilmember Matucci said, bragging rights as you're coming into several of the buildings. So rebranding is expensive.
That's a good idea. Certainly part of the contest is being recognized by the city council in a public meeting.
So, Mr. Smith, I think what the dialogue you had with Councilman Lewis was similar to what I believe I was suggesting. Maybe in the initial stage of maybe the first phase is getting in-house options. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, the recommendation is to go with the contest. And see the results. And if you like the results and you select a design, then we will come back and clean up the design so that it is compliant with ADA, that it is scalable, and the colors are readable, both in black and white, grayscale.
Okay, I just misheard because I initially thought that we had some good talent in-house, and then maybe we might hit a winner on the Grand Slam. So, okay, anyone else from the council? Okay, we have a laughing hyena out there. Let's go to the public.
Hello, I'm an artist too. Maybe you don't know, but I'm an artist. And I play music and I do some drawings. And while you were wasting all this time on a new logo, we don't have nothing wrong with the old logo, sir. Nothing wrong. But I designed one for you. I designed one for you, free of charge. No copyright, no copyright. It's gonna be a circle, a circle. It says corrupt. It says bankrupt at the bottom, bankrupt, corrupt, Torrance, Torrance. And you put the airplane in the middle and sling, a sling airplane, sling airplane. And maybe, you know, I did not have time to represent the noise and the DDT pollution in the ocean. This would be good, but mainly the corrupt and the bankrupt. You don't have money. You don't have new logo.
Your time is up, sir. Time is money. Anyone else from the public? Thank you, Mr. Henry. Let's bring this back up to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
I would like to make a motion to accept recommendation number 4 for this item.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes.
If I can just take one moment to thank the city clerk's office for all the research in finding the information from the past. It took them quite a while to dig through actual hard copy to discover the history of the logo. So thanks to the city clerk's office.
Appreciate it.
Money well spent.
We're on to item 9G from Finance. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Once again, this is Sheila Passan, Finance Director. Item 9G is a recommendation that City Council approve a second amendment to the professional services agreement with BDO USA LLP for a new not-to-exceed amount of $200,000 for temporary workers' compensation management services. To provide some background, in the years since the pandemic, the Workers' Compensation Division was challenged with high staff turnover and high claim caseloads, which ultimately then impacts the quality of claims handling. As such, on June 28, 2022, staff recommended and City Council approved a contract with Sedgwick Claims Management Services for workers' compensation claims administration services with a phased approach, only transferring the police claims in this first year. Since then, we have completed the systems conversion and transitioned all police claims, which are now being handled by 2 Sedgwick examiners and a Sedgwick team lead. At the conclusion of this, of my verbal recommendation, we will have an update on the workers' compensation TPA as we are about 6 months into that program. And I recall Councilmember Griffiths had requested an update. So Sedgwick is here in the audience and will be able to provide the update. Personally, I myself have spoken to the TPOA president, and the general feedback from the injured workers that have had to go through the process is positive as it relates to communication and getting timely medical attention, which I personally think are the most important factors for a successful work compensation program. But getting back to the recommendation, on November 9th, the city received a resignation notice from the former workers' compensation manager. Given the urgency and the timeliness required to address an injured worker's claim, and the fact that the remaining examiner still had caseloads that exceeded industry standards, staff sought out consultants that could provide temporary workers' comp management assistance while the recruitment was underway. A request for quote was sent to 2 companies, Keenan & Associates and BDO. Keenan & Associates responded to the RFQ, stating that they would not be able to assist, while BDO had multiple staff members with previous workers' comp management experience between 5 to 16 years of direct claims management experience available to assist right away. So on November 21st, a scope of work was approved with BDO, anticipated to be within the city manager's authority of $100,000. The application period for the work comp manager position was also opened at that time, but has since had to be extended twice due to the lack of qualified applicants. Ultimately, out of 24 applicants, only 2 were qualified, and 1 of the 2 did not attend the interviews. Fortunately, the one that did attend was qualified. The city staff that attended the interview felt that the experience met the needs of our division, and an offer was extended with a tentative start date of February 27th. Since the beginning of BDO's work in November, they have made significant progress in claims improvement initiatives and employee management initiatives. A few examples I included in the staff report are they had developed workers' compensation guidelines that outlined the management expectations for the 2 city staff that remain at the city. I had attached these guidelines just for reference and example of their work quality. Now, formal training was also conducted with the city staff to communicate what these expectations are, and the updated manager diary system. Update, I guess what they call the diary is where we document the activities of a specific claim. Those have been updated since and prioritized with the adjusters, giving them the direction that they needed to move some of these stagnant claims along. The industrial disability retirement process has been outlined with them as well. I know there were the feedback from existing workers or injured workers was that they didn't quite understand what the process was, so we've now identified and documented that, and it seems to be flowing nicely now. The initial claims inventory reduction, just in the last few months, was a net reduction in the non-public safety claims of about 25%. And lastly, they completed some reviews of outstanding litigated claims as well that have been somewhat stagnant with our defense attorneys, and identified high priority claims to closure. Now, although a candidate has accepted an offer, staff recommends that BDO continue the daily oversight of the internal examiners and remain on board to provide a smooth transition into the incoming workers' compensation manager. For these reasons, staff recommends an amendment to the existing agreement for a new not to exceed $200,000. Funding for this proposed amendment is available through $205,000 in budget savings that resulted from electing to transition to Sedgwick's system rather than moving forward with a system conversion that we had done an RFP for and everything, whose contract is set to expire in June 2023. Additionally, the city has been placed on notice by the Audit and Enforcement Unit of the Division, the Enforcement Unit Division of Workers' Compensation concerning an audit of the city's claims for calendar years ending December 31st, 2020, 21, and 22. Depending on the timing of the audit, which is unknown at this time, it's recommended that the BDO team take the lead with the facilitation of this 3-year state audit, as their team has direct experience with managing the state audit program. With that, I'd like to introduce and turn it over to Misael Peraza, Client Services Manager with Sedgwick, who has been working very closely with the city team to provide an update on the TPA's activities. We're also joined by Jake Acosta, Director of the Insurance Risk Advisory Unit of BDO, to answer any questions City Council may have.
Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the council. To expand on what Sheila Passon mentioned with the transition of Sedgwick taking over as the third-party administrator, I wanted to go over some of the results and what we've been seeing so far. The claim system is now streamlined and fully integrated, and this has saved the claims examining staff time creating capacity to resolve claims and comply with state reporting requirements, and quickly pay claims-related expenses. So we're able to obtain a lot of information from different providers and being able to issue those payments timely in a way that would avoid any penalties for any late payments. The claims volume is now balanced so that caseloads are within industry standards, and that standard is 150 claims or lower. With some of the results on the police claims, at this time there are, or as of as of January 16th of this year, when we last looked at our numbers, there were 284 pending claims, and with pending claims, we're just talking about claims that are open. The injured worker is still receiving treatment. We're still administering benefits. So it was at 284, and it was up to 325 back in January 31st of last year. So this is 13% lower than last year, and at the lowest point in the measurement in the last 5 years. We've also reached the 145% closing ratio, and that number is measured by the number of claims opened, by the number of claims closed, regardless of date of loss, since the inception of Sedgwick. And the industry standard is 100%. We recently took on the fire department claims, and that's been transitioned over in just in December. As of January 16th, there's been 191 pending claims, and back in January 31st of last year, that number was 271. So this is 30% lower than last year, and also at the lowest point in the last 5 years. We reached a 375% closing ratio for the fire department, and that's measured again by the number of claims opened, by the number of claims closed. If we're applying the fiscal year as of January 16th, 23, fire has a closing ratio of 336%. Again, the industry standard is 100%. Certain liability exposures have now been addressed and mitigated as described above. So treatment requests are now being addressed on time, and there's been timely payments with benefits that are sent out to injured workers. So a lot of the manual work has been removed from the old system, which is known as SIMS, and that's what the city adjusters have been using. So with our Juris platform, we've allowed the examiners to now use features such as a click to refer feature, which enables them to get approval from our utilization review nurses for treatment requests. So they're no longer doing anything manually. Anything that comes in to either our designated PO box for the workers' comp claims, or the fax number will automatically go into the Juris platform as long as there's a way to identify the injured worker, such as a date of birth, name, or claim number. So that's really allowed the staff to focus on other items that are also crucial. So with the reduced caseloads and the manual work being taken out, the adjusters are now able to focus on the progress with the injured workers treatment plan. They're able to follow along and make sure that the treatment is adequate, and they're also able to contact the injured worker and return phone calls and deliver that level of care that your employees need. And they're also developing settlement options to bring claims to resolutions, and looking out for closures for claims that have been inactive, and ensuring that notices are being sent out. So there's always there's been an improvement in communication with that. And all files have been reviewed, and current action plans with detailed strategies to bring claims to resolutions are now located within each file. So that's been a huge improvement, and any person can now go into these files, know what the plans of actions are, know what medical treatment looked like for that employee, and that'll be important for the upcoming audit. And with that, I'll turn it over to BDO.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council. My name is Jake Acosta. I'm a director at BDO. I've been working with Ms. Poison and the Workers' Compensation Division here at the city for the last about 3 months. We've been employed here now since November, working diligently with your team. Just 2 quick points that I wanted to make in addition to what you heard from Ms. Ayala is the structure of your Workers' Compensation Division is at a really good place right now. Before, the caseloads, like you heard, were extremely high for your employees here, and that related to a lot of mishandling of claims, but also a lot of misinformation. Whether it was police officers or firefighters, they were having issues calling just to hear about the transparency of the process. That led to a lot of, mishandling, untimely payments. All of this may come back to be reflective of the upcoming audit. I've also participated in audits similar to what the division is going to go through with the government here in California. And even if your results for that audit aren't satisfactory, the fact that you've made the changes already to the structure of the division are going to go a long way. So I'm open to any questions. The only other point that I wanted to make around the reduction of your inventory. So our net reduction of all your claims for workers' compensation, because we still are handling public works and anything that Sedgwick currently isn't handling, we've reduced about 25% of your workers' comp inventory. I did some math, and that equated to about $1.8 million in reserves that we've lowered since we've been working with the city. Again, that also then coincides with the numbers that you heard from Ms. Ayala and the work that Sedgwick is also doing. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Great. Appreciate the update. Sounds like a lot of common sense updates, and you kind of rescued us, sounds like, based on the report, and we really appreciate it. Councilman Kanji?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Regarding the upcoming California audit, is there also any federal oversight on workmen's compensation, and are there such things as joint audits conducted with both federal and state auditors on site?
Yeah. So yes, there usually is. The audit has a lot of federal requirements in workers' compensation. So for instance, there are some guidelines and there are percentages of wages that are owed that are governed by the state of California, but there are also other federal OSHA requirements that also supplement those payments. The audit is going to comply with both. What I do want to mention is that the audit could be in 3 phases. So the first phase that's going to come in is the state of California is going to bring in some auditors, and they're going to review a subset of claims. We don't know yet how many claims are going to be reviewed. And that's why our recommendation is that, given our experience, we work with the auditors. My team conducts audits very similar to what they're going to go through. So the questions that they're going to be asking are questions that we can answer very easily and can also ease any other misconceptions that they may have. If that phase 1 audit, for whatever reason, if the claims that they review don't pass, they're going to just escalate and start reviewing more claims and looking at more guidelines. So I think it's very important. And those reviews, to answer your question, Councilman, are around guidelines that are not just specific for the state of California, but also federal requirements for workers' compensation, as far as medical treatments, medical providers, percentages of disability. They carry hefty fines as well. So it's very important that the information that they get provided and the answers are really crisp, because that can also lead to potential issues that can, again, just continue going down the phases of the audit.
Yeah, and I think we all appreciate your engagement, which happened to occur prior to this California audit letter. So I think that should help and make it flow better.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think I look at the last 2 sentences on page 4 of paragraph 2. If the city of Torrance fails stage 2 full compliance audit, the city of Torrance will be required to pay unpaid compensation and penalties assessed for all violations. The audit and enforcement unit will also return for a targeted audit within 2 years of the date of of the date the audit becomes final. It sounds like we should not be surprised that even though we're asking for an update to the contract, we probably will become seeing another future update to continue with BDO. Does that sound like a high probability? That's the way I'm reading that.
Mayor, this is Sheila Poussin once again. The every 2 year is a typical cadence for a state audit. Probably when that comes around, we get the notification, we reassess. You know, we never know how the workers' compensation manager will progress within 2 years. Hopefully he stays with the city, knock on wood. And also that next year audit would be for calendars 23 and calendar to 24. And the hope would be that through transitioning more of the claims, getting the division into the right place, which it is heading in the right direction, we now have structure that we could probably do this, you can handle the state audit in-house.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. But then one question from you, then I'm going to go back to Jake. This is a 2-year contract, right? 2-year professional services contract, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not anticipated that they will engage, they'll be engaged for 2 years. We just used the original contract back from when we engaged them for a different scope in 2021. I believe that was a 3-year contract, if I have to look back. So we just maintained the same term.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's very possible that by the end of this calendar year, the scope of this contract will be done.
So how much was the professional fee for the last contract?
It was below 40,000.
Okay. So, okay. Just a couple clarification questions, sir, about the findings, or in your first page, the workers' compensation division was challenged with the following. You laid down quite a few items like high staff turnover and so forth. And the fourth category is the performance quality of claims handling. Which one strikes or had the worst for the city of Torrance, and that was resolved? Just if you can walk me through.
I would say that the area where we need the most improvement in terms of claims handling is documentation in the diaries and in the claims itself. What we have heard from our examiners from Sedgwick is they've had a challenging time taking them on because they didn't know where things left off, who the doctor was, or when the last examination took place. So it's taken a lot of digging. Credit to Sedgwick for taking the time to do that. They actually had to bring on 4 additional people at the onset just to handle the, I guess, the backlog, I should say. So documentation, I would say, is probably the most challenge. And of course, when staff is trying to handle a caseload that high, the care that is really needed, the follow-up to the injured workers also is impacted. So once we can catch up on updating the documentation so it's up to snuff for the state audit, then they can, as Misael had mentioned, then they can start to focus on following up without being called from the injured worker and asking what's happening. They then will be, they would take the initiative. And I actually heard that from TPOA, is that they're glad and frankly surprised that they're getting calls from the examiners out of nowhere, just checking in on them. And that's how it should be.
Right. It's a pretty detailed, lengthy process now.
Very.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sheikh. Yeah, it looks like the BDO really turned it around. Do you have any and we thank you for that. I think, caseloads go up if you don't close out cases. It just keeps piling on. So I will not belabor that issue. Do we have any comments from the public? I don't see any. Anyone want to make a motion here?
I move to concur with staff recommendation.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. G, now we're at H. From the city manager, is there a staff presentation?
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Item 9H is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve a side letter agreement between the Engineers Association and Torrance Fiscal Employees Association and management regarding the 1, extension of trial period for the 410 schedule for senior fire prevention specialists and fire prevention specialists, and 2, the addition of code enforcement officer and senior code enforcement officer, and 3, senior lead public works inspector premium. There is no cost associated with this item. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the council? If not, do we have any comments from the public? That's good. So let's bring this back up. Do we have a motion to accept the recommendation of the city manager?
Motion to approve the side letter agreements between Engineers Association and Torrance Fiscal Employees Association and management.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That was H. Now we're on I. Item 9I from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Jamie Lay again with the City Manager's Office. Item 9I is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council, 1, adopt a resolution setting forth changes regarding employment compensation for executive and management employees, and 2, approve employee general increase of 2% and fund the merit pool at 4%, and 3, repeal resolution number 2018-89 in its entirety. The total expenditure for this item is $702,629.38, and funding is available in the general fund and non-general fund. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Do we have comments from the public? I don't see any. I ask for a number and title from the city clerk, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-12. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth changes regarding regarding employment compensation for executive and management employees effective February 12, 2023, and repealing resolution number 2019-89.
I make a motion to adopt resolution 2023-12.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9J from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9J is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution modifying the wages, hours, and working conditions for the City Manager in the amount of $19,220.65, which increases the salary by 5.7% to maintain 5% greater than any subordinate's maximum pay range. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Is Torrance Eagle in the house? Okay. Anyone else from the public? All right. I think I'm going to ask for a number and title, please.
Your Honor,
City Clerk.
This is resolution number 2023-13, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2020-97, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for city manager effective February 12, 2023.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Conti voting no.
We're now moving on to item 9K from the City Council Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Zulma Gent with the City Manager's Office. Item 9K is a recommendation from the City Council Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee that City Council approve and concur with the committee's recommendation of the 2023-2024 priority projects and the legislative trip to Washington, D.C. to advocate for the city's priority projects. The City Council Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee reconvened last month on January 31st, where they narrowed down the list of priority projects based on the needs of the city. In addition, the committee also agreed that the week of March 6th would be beneficial for a legislative trip to Washington to advocate for the projects and to meet with Congress and various agencies to gain support for funding for those projects. Although the committee was presented with over 20 projects at the initial meeting, the committee was able to narrow it down to the top 6. I would also like to add that there was an error in one of the, there was a typo in one of the projects listed on the item, which is the Department of Justice Collaborative Reform and Implicit Training. The ask is for 10 million, not 50. So I want to make that clarification, which is one of the priority projects selected by the committee. Another priority project is the temporary housing program, which the ask is for $1.5 million and $898. Project number 3, broadband infrastructure for $1 million. Columbia Park turf replacement for $5 million. The downtown revitalization public structure and affordable housing for $15.5 million. To garner support for the LA County Metro C Line Torrance. This project is actually not asking for any funding, it's just asking for advocacy and seeking support. The City Council Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee would like to request concurrence from your honorable body to approve the 2023-2024 priority projects and trip to Washington to take place the week of March 6th. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Oh, there you go. Councilman Griffiths.
I remember in our discussion on this, there was a concern that unfortunately, Mayor, you were not going to be able to make the Washington advocacy trip. And there was discussion about possibly substituting another member of the council for your, for you. Is that something that we should talk about here, or is that something that we deal with at a different time?
We can discuss here, and I can obtain concurrence on who your honorable body chooses to replace mayor for that trip.
So I think maybe we should just tell the folks that are on the committee today are Councilman Griffiths, myself, and Councilman Shake. So it looks like Councilman Shake and Councilman Griffith can go on that date. So the remaining 4 council members, maybe we'll start the process. Do we have anyone who can make it on that date first and want to go? This is real-time cooking sausages.
It's the week of March 6th, but the actual dates haven't really been defined.
That's correct. So the travel dates would be either March 6th or the 7th. Because Congress is closed on Tuesdays, the meetings would take place that Wednesday and Thursday. And council members planning to attend on the trip, they can either return Thursday evening or Friday morning. Yes, Wednesday and Thursday.
For those of you who are interested, my
An
suggestion is
itinerary
make sure
will
that
be-
you're available on that whole week if possible, maybe with the exception of Monday, but Monday is typically a fly-out day.
And Tuesday, since congressional offices are closed on Tuesday, or that Tuesday.
If anyone who's from the council who's, 1, interested to help do the lobby, and 2, that are available that week.
I am available that week, and I think Councilmember Kaji is as well.
We have two that's available.
Oh, I defer to the senior member.
Councilman Kaji, first of all, do you wish to go?
So for the month of March, we have both the legislative trip and also the National League of Cities.
That's
Correct.
correct.
National League of City is the end of the month.
I will need to check with headquarters first.
Okay, that sounds.
So
If you're checking with headquarters, we got two checking with headquarters, so.
So what I would suggest, if you will, is let's let Councilmember Kaylani get back to us to see if that date works for her. If it doesn't, then it could be a toss-up between what the decision headquarters makes on your behalf, and then I can always go as well, so.
Yeah, let's do this. So I think, sounds like there will be one person likely going instead of me. Worst case, if no one can go in my place, we still could go with 2 council elective and staff. We're not forced to take 3 members, just remember that. Okay, so that decision doesn't have to be made tonight, I believe. I think
That's
we
correct,
we
Mayor.
can make that, so within internal, we coordinate with Ms. Gent. I think that would do.
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So with that, then I will take a motion to concur with staff recommendation.
Public. James was shaking his hand. Did you?
Oh, that's right, I didn't ask for public, but since, oh, you are gonna take up the offer, got it, I thought you were just hanging out. Go ahead.
He wants to.
James Henry, I have a question about this I can't even say the word, revitalization of downtown Torrance. You're asking for $13.5 million for this? And I don't know, I mean, you're already spending a lot of money on this. I don't see why this is such a priority. I guess, is that a question? I don't know.
Well, within our committee, which is open to public, we thought it's a priority. Our downtown still looks like the way it was for many, many years, and we could get some federal funding to help us upgrade downtown. It's money that's coming from the federal government as opposed to us finding it in the seat cushions. So I think it's a good thing. Hopefully that's satisfactory. Now, I think I got some motion.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're on to item 9L from the Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. My name is Carlos Huizar, Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. Also this evening, I have Lieutenant Farley with the Torrance Police Department that's assisting us with the planning. Tonight's item is to accept and file the committee minutes of the February 1st, 2023 Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee meeting, and then approving a project budget for this year's Armed Forces Day Parade and Celebration. The breakdown for the Armed Forces Day Parade with a grand total of $218,584. $128,198 is for non-labor expenditures, and then labor expenditures is $90,391. For this year's non-labor expenditures, we have an allocation of $81,400. With the planning, there's been essentially there is a funding gap that can be covered with department budgets. So we're just requesting that the City Council adopts the formal project budget for this year's activities. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? As a matter of fact, I think Councilman Matucci probably is up before I even ask. Go ahead, Councilman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think you kind of covered everything I was going to read my script here, but I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that's involved putting the planning portion together. It's a lot of work, and I'm just going to emphasize this one more time. I really would like the city of Torrance to seek out a wow factor to this year's Armed Forces Day Parade if we decide to go down that route. I think it's important for the community to show our support of our armed forces and also the support of community. So I think this is a great way to show that to the public. And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you, though.
Good to hear that. I think a nice wow factor may be a flyby from an F-35 or an F-18 doing their training flight, or an Osprey will take as well. Do you have any comments from the council? I believe Councilman Matucci, did you want to speak again, or did I go to Councilwoman Kalani? I'll go to Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to all of the people who are involved in bringing this back. It's such a well-loved and respected event in our community, and I'm so excited to have it back as well. So thank you. Wow us. We're excited about it. Thanks.
Okay, so anybody from the armed forces, if you're in control and watching the council meeting at 12:32, bring a training flight by. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. For this year's parade, we're honoring the U.S. Coast Guard.
Councilmember Kaji, that is correct.
Have we yet received a commitment from the Coast Guard?
At the time of the meeting, we have not, but I will defer that question to Lieutenant Farley.
Our next meeting with them is tomorrow, 10 o'clock, so we'll have confirmation then.
Great. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I believe you're meeting with Captain Manning tomorrow from the Coast Guard, who's the captain of the port. Sound about right?
I don't have the name.
Oh, okay. No problem. I can just do it right here. So I can tell you that the Coast Guard is excited because they live in my building, and they are all going to be here. And I'm actually going to have one of their Coast Guard pilots that's going to join. So they are very excited. They are very excited that we brought it back. So thank you to everyone who is making this happen. I know it's been in hiatus for a couple of years, but everyone's really excited. So thank you for all I know it's not an easy task, but I want to thank everybody in advance for making it special.
Maybe the Coast Guard could come in on their raft.
They do have helicopters they could land.
I'm thinking wow factor still. Okay.
Oh, I got one for you, but
All right.
it's not deep enough.
Okay. Anyone else from the council? Do we have anyone from the public who wish to speak? All right, let's bring it back up. Take a motion to concur with recommendation of the Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee.
Yes, I move that we go with the recommendation of the Special Standing Committee, both options 1 and 2, and if I could add a number 3 with a wow factor.
Second.
Start voting, please.
Okay, if you're out there, we're looking for
Kalani. Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Super, thank you. We're all looking forward to this. Thank you, Lieutenant. There are no hearings tonight. There are no agency agenda, no second reading. We're now moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification, or refer them to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to oral communications 1 or 2, no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off your cell phones, and your clock will start as soon as you come to the mic. Do we have anyone from the public?
James Henry, I wasn't happy with the way the first oil communications was conducted, especially when he gave so much time to the labor union, whatever. I didn't get a chance to speak. I wanted to speak about the city treasurer and what a job he's doing and what a job he's not doing, but I didn't have that chance. If I want to talk about someone, I like to talk to him while he's here. He's not here. I don't want to take any cheap shots at anyone who's not here. But I really didn't know why it was conducted that way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think I want to make a comment on that. There were comment cards that were filled out prior to the meeting, and I understand your motioning that you feel went out, but there were just many more before you, and the 15-minute expired. So I'm sorry that, we had asked me to, ask me from ask me 1 to ask me 20. So, but you can speak. You could ask them to watch you speak on the recording, or you can make an appointment and talk to them in person and tell them how you really think. All right, let's go to council orals. Councilman Shake.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to let everyone know that I, along with my senior-most colleague, Councilman Griffiths, we attended ICA, Independent Cities Association in Santa Barbara. It was a very successful event. We discussed regional issues like addressing domestic violence effectively, sidewalk repairs methodology. One of the methodology discussed there was grinding. It was pretty impressive. So I discussed with our city manager, Mr. Chaparian, and he mentioned that we already been doing that. So I was very impressed with that. It's one of the effective and reasonably priced ways to fix the sidewalks. Also, mark your calendar on the 25th. We'll have in Columbia Park, March 25th, for Cherry Blossom Festival. I know it's far, but I'm just going to reinforce. And finally, happy birthday to Mayor Chen. Oh, and that was yesterday, right? Happy belated birthday.
You revealed my age. Okay.
Thank you.
Say, Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to ditto Councilman Shake's comments about the Independent Cities Conference up in Santa Barbara this past weekend. It was very, very beneficial. I certainly encourage my other colleagues who haven't been able to attend an Independent Cities Conference to please do so. There's a next conference coming up this summer in July 13th through the 16th. And highly recommend you put that on your calendar so you block the dates now. There's actually another seminar coming up for the benefit of our city manager, I think on March 12th. So they'll be sending out an email about that. I'm on the board now with Independent Cities, and it was very encouraging to hear that the attendance is significantly up, and that's one of the benefits that I think we all get out of attending these kind of conferences, is the opportunity to network with our other elected officials throughout the Southern California, who are the primary attendees of these events, and hear how they're dealing with many of the same problems that we are, and get validation on some of the things that we're doing, or get some better ideas on how to do things differently. So it's a great opportunity for all of us to participate and grow as elected officials, and I thank the city for the opportunity to go to these types of events. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to mention that on February 12th, Sunday at 1 p.m., I will be speaking at the Faith United Methodist Church in North Torrance, and the program will be focused on the awarding of honorary posthumous degrees by the University of Southern California to the families of those second-generation Japanese American students who, as a result of Pearl Harbor and the federal incarceration of the Japanese American community on the West Coast, were unable to not only finish their degrees, but upon their return, the president of the university decided not to allow them to return back to school and complete their degrees. So when I served as the president of the Asian Pacific Alumni Association, that started a 15-year campaign to see the awarding of these honorary degrees. The trail was long and lengthy. It also included the introduction of an assembly bill signed by Governor Schwarzenegger, which awarded similar degrees to those students of the University of California, California State Colleges, and California Community College, all in an effort to put more pressure on the University of Southern California to do the right thing. So I'll be making the presentation along with Special Advisor Glenn Osaki. He's an advisor to President Carol Folt at USC. So the public is invited, and if you have time on Sunday, please come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. You actually, I applaud you for the endurance and sticking to something that you truly have passion. And congratulations in getting that through. Councilwoman Kalani.
Congratulations, Councilmember Kaji. I have nothing else to say, but that's a wow right there. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wanted to wish you again a happy birthday, and I hope you got your 3 wishes. And the first one you're supposed to say in public, but you get to keep the other 2. So, and then you also get to have a birthday month. So happy birthday month, and congratulations, Council Member Kaji. I will try to make it to support you because I think that's amazing.
Thank you very much. My wish is that I'll tell you some other day. Councilman Matucci.
All right, well, again, happy birthday, and you came to work, you showed up, you could have easily called in sick, but no, I appreciate everybody's hard work, and, these long nights are nothing compared to the amount of hours that are spent by staff and everybody else putting these agenda items together. And Valentine's Day is coming up, right? Hey, nobody mentioned Valentine's Day. So that's coming up, and happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Enjoy it, but I think we should love our significant others every day, but especially on Valentine's Day. All right. God bless everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. This has been a good meeting. I didn't even think about skipping this meeting. I would not miss a meeting with you all for anything. Just want to share with you that on the 27th of January, I did attend a Southern California Mayor's Conference at Claremont Graduate University. A one-day event with a lot of Southern California mayors, and I actually had a great time there. I think they run a good program there, and hopefully I get to go back there. I think in one day I probably did what I gleaned that I could have done maybe in the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And then last week I went to the NLC New Mayor and Council Academy, which was at the Sheraton Universal, and I think some of it was refresher, but it's good. I even got a refresher on the mayor and the city manager form of government and how to operate and work more efficiently. And there was things on social media. There was things on advocacy. That's when I talked about the millions of dollars. I think Councilman Sheikh was there. I saw him. So I think I encourage, if we, all my colleagues, I think some of you went to the Independent Cities Conference. If you see something, sometimes we'll say, been there, done it. I think sometimes it's good to go away for a conference to get a refresher and stay away from interruptions, because I think we could always learn and do better. And I encourage us to continue to do that, and I appreciate it. I know the staff do that. I appreciate all you guys' work. I think we got a lot done today, despite some disruptions. When we were in, when we convened, we actually were in closed session, just so that everyone knew. So we were not sitting around for 2 hours. And at this moment, the council will recess again to closed session to confer with city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Closed session on this matter is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6. Thank you.
We're back from a
Back. Very. We are back from our we are back from our closed session. It's
10:11.
It's 1:36 a.m. Wednesday. We have just returned from closed session. City Manager, anything to report out?
Good evening, good morning, Your Honor. There's nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed and staying this late. Your involvement continues to shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. This year marks the milestone anniversary of our Torrance Sister City program with Kashiwa, Japan. I know my colleagues and I are all excited and welcome delegates visiting from overseas. We have a number of wonderful events planned for their visit. I invite you to learn more and take part in an evening of cultural exchange of music and artistry at the upcoming Friendship Festival on Saturday, February 18th. Go to torrancesistercity.org. Thank you again for joining us tonight. The next regularly scheduled City Council meeting takes place on Tuesday, February 28th. Have a good night. We're now moving on to item 15, adjournment. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Fake. Okay. But if you make the motion, you can't vote against it. That motion carried unanimously.
All right, good night, everyone. Or good morning.